House, how's everybody doing today? Welcome to today's stream. That is starting a little late because my OBS was having the biggest update in since forever. I have no idea what happened there. But yeah, that is now done. Other than that, yeah, I have not much to say. Other than the usual kind of stuff. So I'd say we're going right into gameplay, I'm guessing. Because, yeah, as I said, not much on an update currently. The only update I'm having is that I'm having a little beef with the internet provider of the new place. Because apparently waiting times are forever and nobody is actually like the person that is actually in charge of anything, so nobody is there to answer your questions on availability. Yeah, but other than that, I have really not much to say, so nothing happened. Hey Asahari, how you doing? Yeah, I have not much on updates today to say. Thank you for the hydrate. It's another boring day. Or more like it was a boring a weekend, really. Not much has happened, really. Ready for tomorrow. I mean, am I ever ready? No. I'm kind of scared, like story-wise, on where things are going. Other than that, I mean, can it be worse than last? Yeah, it can. It definitely could, but boring is better than dealing with shitty neighbor. Yeah. Yes, that is true. Actually, I've been like sitting on the phone, like waiting for like, okay, what are they gonna complain about this time? But nothing happened really, so I'm really glad that nobody texted anything this time around. But yeah, it is better. You're right, absolutely right. Nothing happened in this way better than the shitty things that are happening. I agree on this part. But yeah, also means I have little to tell. Very, very few things have happened. And most of them are like not worth mentioning. So I'm guessing I could go right into like playing the Hangout. Unless you have a topic. I mean, there's probably lots of topic I could talk about, but somehow I can't think of anything. Maybe I'm I don't know how you put this. Not in an interesting mood? I don't know. Can't think of things. All energy of, or all points of interesting have gone awry. And yeah, not only Twitch, like since yesterday, I got the feeling that Twitter is laggy too. Like, I wanted to open like a post and it took forever. When Vermintide. We recently played Vermintide. Calm down, calm down. No, today I'm gonna wanna do the Hangout because I'm feeling like I have two little gems. So I want to like do everything I can to change that fact. Even on PC, the video of the stream kept dying. Yeah, not on my end though, because this time I can guarantee my bitrate is green. So it is definitely a Twitch kind of problem, I'm guessing. Lynette, yes. Because I have this open. Maybe we do the one world quest that I have open beforehand, because otherwise I'll forget about it. And other than that, the only thing I can still do is like exploration. I have not collected the hydroculus yet. I have not done like, or not on purpose, collected chests or anything. So I still have a few ways to earn more. Even though it's shrinking by the day. Every time I do a step towards more, like the extra stash gets less, you know what I mean? But I'm not having enough. I need way more. So there's no way around it. And though I'm not the biggest fan of like the hangouts, the way they work when you're like going through them to like just farm them, or like when you do them in one day, because you get a lot of repetitive dialogue. Like the first playthrough is okay, but as soon as you start like the second or third one, it gets a little annoying, which why I usually like tend to do like one playthrough and then like give it a few days before I do the next, and so on and so on. But I'm not having the luxury today. Today I just want to get things over with to get my gems on time so I can like continue with the next thing. Especially since tomorrow I'll be busy doing something else again. So regarding to Star Rail, so you know how it is. That means today I can still focus on this. Okay. Let me see. I can change my category up. Da, 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 da. Wow, what's with the music today? Well, when we're doing Hangout, I probably should deactivate the music, right? Just let me head to the game. Like this. Oh, we're not having any sound in OBS. Give me a second. For some weird reason, I'm not having any OBS sound. Just readjusting. Does that do anything? Yeah, okay. Good. I just had to reselect it. Okay. Now let's change this. There we go. And now I should be right category. We're having sound. Everything is handy dandy. Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Maybe I'll start with the treasure hunt thing here because I'm not sure if I remember doing that one. If I'm not starting with it. So that, and then we're gonna do the hangout. It's our night, the bringer of death and god of creation. Welcome, your greatness. What brings you here today? Please bring no death to me. Creation is nice. Death is no good right now. Yes, I'll hydrate. Give me a second. This time I'm not having a glass. I'm only having the bottle. So each and every time I have to like unscrew the lid and it takes a while. You know how it is. There we go. Hydrated. Why did it wanted to attack me right when I was like inside and not on the outside anymore? It was totally chill when I was still outside. Talk to them. I just had chicken this morning. I mean, that's fine by me. I don't remember what the quest was about anymore. Yeah, was it what? Yeah, what kind of chicken? Like in which form is more of the question, right? The kinda doesn't matter, or it probably matters, but my palate isn't fine enough to care about what kind of chicken. It's like the form in which the chicken was, right? Child scribbles. A day's experience the treasure too. Wait, is this not a real treasure? Of it there was green inside? What do you mean green inside? That doesn't sound too healthy. Wasn't consumable, so it didn't have anything else? Fried chicken roasted is okay, but not my favorite. What's the... Like, fried is like just in the pan, right? Roasted is like on a roast? Like when you're rotating it or something? Enlighten me. My stomach tanked it, but the mic did. I would have just thrown it out if it wasn't okay. Why didn't you just throw it away? Get yourself something else from somewhere. Like order something or buy something somewhere. I mean, just my opinion on things. I mean, the only times I actually did, like, accidentally eat something that wasn't, like, good anymore. It definitely wasn't on purpose when I, like, when I like purposely like eating it, but more like I eaten it without looking, and then afterwards when I was looking, I saw that it wasn't good anymore. Still having the taste? What exactly that chicken? So it was still tasty? Wait, I'm not getting it. I'm not getting that. I'm not getting it. I didn't know what green chicken, no. Would have burned it. Yeah, I would have just thrown it away when it wasn't good anymore. Especially chicken is very, very dangerous to consume when it's not like good anymore, right? What I presume or heard. I must say I never had like rotten chicken before or anything in that sort of way. I'm always making sure that my my meat and vegetables are like in top quality. Are you sure you're okay and should, like, go see your doctor? Because that sounds like not only disgusting, but dangerous, too. I mean, to me, at the very least. I'm not an expert, but that does not sound healthy. That sounds rank. Yeah, it does not sound good. It sounds like a nightmare. A photo. Yeah, a photo I can do. The photo sounds actually easy. As I don't know. Rotten food is no joke. Shouldn't take that, Oh, they have a camera for me. Can you activate your MUI? I'm gonna throw a pill. What is a MUI? I'm not sure what a MUI is. Please enlighten. Ultra Instinct. Oh, I have no Ultra Instinct. I'm slow. I really do not have Ultra Instinct. I'm sorry. I'm just ordinary person. No Ultra Instinct. But the pillow does wasn't once, so sometimes it hits me, sometimes it doesn't. Your hair's still white. That's because I'm an elf, you dum-dum. Easy. It has nothing to do with Ultra Instinct. It's always this way. Sit on the round chair. What's the long chair? Wait, is the long chair the bench? Do they have no idea what an actual, like, chair is? Also, what is the difference between a single and a round chair? I'll go with the middle of the long chair. She's too good, she doesn't notice. No, actually, I'm a very slow person. Or I have been told that I'm always super slow, so... I'm not only physically, also mentally, but we're not discussing that part. Physically, 100% I'm super slow. Chose that too. Yeah, because, like, on the single one, that's, like, dumb, because one person has to, like, stand up, but... Like, what is the round chair? Because there's a single chair, there's a long chair. What's the... I don't know. Say cheese! Let's see if we can make a nice picture for these two. I wish I could tell them to look into my direction, because this way I can only, like, make a photo from, like, the front, which looks super boring. I can try like this. And of course he had to squint. Right. Sorry, gonna update 7 hours. Maybe that tells me your internet is not doing the best? Could that be? Because I think it shouldn't take that long. Which kind of reminds me of my problems with the new place getting internet right now. I really hope my internet there is gonna be okay. Because I was not concerned about that. When I saw what I was that it was okay in quality. But now that they're taking so long to install it, maybe they've been lying about the other part. I'm not really sure. Oh, and here I thought it was updating for 7 hours. Cause it said my star rail gonna update 7 hours. You know what I mean? Mine gonna update 7 hours, so I thought like the client. Okay, never mind then. See? Mentally slow too. I told you. Mm-hmm. You got it faster. Good for you, I'm guessing. I'm gonna get it slower. I'm gonna still be asleep when that happens, so it doesn't really matter. That already done with that quest? That was a short one. That was basically just take one more photo. And here I thought this was gonna be a longer thing. Let's get up here first. And then we'll see. Birthday is on the 28th. Are you planning a party?
Even the wind cannot blow on forever.
I'm gonna win the 50-50. Sadly, Holy Universe is not giving out a birthday bow and I tried that before. Sadly, it doesn't work. I wish it would. Yeah. Let's start the hangout now. I'm guessing. But the updated region doesn't matter. I'll get the same. Yeah, but as I said, I'm gonna be asleep. I don't really care. For me, update happens when I have time tomorrow. That's when the update is gonna be out. Banishing is different. I don't know. I'm generally not one to like look up
Quit following
other
me.
regions having things first, because that happens like a lot with like game releases of all sorts of ways. I'm just looking up when it's for me and everything else I don't really care about. What the magic operate? What do you mean the magic operate? What magic operates? Like everything is working out while I'm sleeping? I mean, isn't that the best thing? Like, literally the only thing that I have ever gotten up for in the middle of the night was like once where there was this live stream thing where you gotten extra rewards when you are watching it like live in the middle of the night. So I put up a timer and did that. But I'm usually not one to like get up, do things early on like patch days or something, because I'm thinking like when you're starting early, it ends early, you know? The content is just a set amount of things, and poof, it's gotta be all gone. I will still have plenty of time to like deal with that, you know? Okay, let's closer. Let's start this. Well, my little, the kitty is talking to the kitty. Meow. I wanna join in on the meowing.
Meow.
Are they communicating? Approach stealthily. No, we're not gonna shriek them. The cat would have rattled me out anyway.
Oh, it's you. 1 second. Now activating chat mode.
You were just chatty with the cat.
There. I thought they'd finally caught me.
Who caught you? Is someone out to kidnap you? Creepy mode activated.
Objectively speaking, the trouble was entirely of my own making. Half an hour ago, I was at Hotel de Boer for a drinks reception. It was to celebrate the successful opening of a show, but it was draining my energy. So, I waited for the right moment, then snuck away so I could switch to standby mode.
Want to do this hangout, but I keep procrastinating. Same, I did procrastinate too, but now I'm kind of like, forcing myself to do it in today's stream, you know? Because I started that's my goal. Kind of like have to... I have to motivate myself for it, okay? That's the way it is.
Probably because I'm playing the lead role in the show?
Now you don't want to anymore, or you just want a timeout before it starts?
Is that so surprising? I'm always getting invitations to do solo performances. I just usually get Linny to write back and turn them down. But then came the Fontanalia Film Festival. We took all the kids from the House of the Hearth out to see a film, and after it finished, they all started clamoring for me to try out acting for some reason. Even Linny was chanting along with them. Anyway, it just so happened that a director called Mary who had sent me an invitation right around then. I'll spare you the details, but basically, I ended up accepting it.
I know like this feeling when you're like regretting accepting a thing that you like have to do at the moment you're like, that's not gonna be like too hard to do. But the closer it approaches, you're like, why did I ever accept? I don't actually want to do this. Gotta do a time skip. I'm guessing that means you're gonna go to sleep. Have a nice time skip. Or good night, I'm guessing. Yeah, I'm gonna hydrate. I see by the end of this, I'm gonna have to go on the toilet again. And it's gonna be your fault.
Yep, you nailed it. I'm playing the role of a puppet. In fact, the show's called The Lost Puppet, and it's a masked mime show. So I don't have to do any facial expressions or say any lines. Literally just a series of physical movements. The director says it's a very
what a goodbye
art form.
Get the healthy pee. What do you mean healthy pee? I'm peeing enough throughout the day. I'm promising. You don't have to make me pee more. Recently, I am drinking so much water anyway, so I guess it doesn't really make any difference.
Art is not comprehended by the mind, but felt in the heart. At least that's what the director
He's like,
says.
no, but
at the
normal, I'm
dance, the opening
guessing.
performance seemed to go down well. At the drinks reception, everyone was crowding around me, saying, "Triumphant character portrayal, faithful adaptation of the original work, unequivocally, quintessentially avant-garde," and stuff like that.
It sounds like it's not a very casual place.
But being the center of attention is draining. So the moment they left me to go harass the director instead, I was out of there. The other thing is, some weird things happened while I was on the stage.
Meow? Meow happened.
Oh, sorry, Bonnie. I didn't mean to leave you out of the conversation. My bad. No, we just met. We bumped into each other right after I slipped away.
Do you know 3p a day keep the doctor away? I cannot confirm. I cannot confirm. Wrong alarm. That's not the case, at least not for me.
Well, it'd be kind of difficult for us to communicate otherwise. Besides, I think she's taken a liking to the name. Haven't you, Bonnie?
Why are people always naming random stray cats that they don't own?
Yeah, that's
Maybe it's
right.
something I don't
Good
understand.
kitty. We'll go find your owner soon, I promise. Nope. She's wearing a collar, and for the most part, she's pretty well groomed. If she is a stray, she hasn't been for long.
You know what I think? It's even weirder to name a pet that already probably has a different name because it has an owner. Never heard that, but good to know. I have one cat called Shepard. Haha. Like, did you name the cat after Shepard? Does it randomly have the same name as Shepard, or are you just talking about Shepard and don't actually have a cat? Because then you make an emotional connection. Yeah, but why would you want to make a connection to a cat you're probably never gonna see again at some point?
Her stomach's been growling a lot. I guess she must have been missing for a few days now. As much as I'd love to hang out with her for a while longer, her owner's probably worried sick about her. Assuming she has an owner, that is. But the reception... I should probably show my face there again at some point, even if it's just to make excuses and leave again. Decision time.
I say the cat is more important. The cat agrees.
Well, I just find it exhausting, thinking through all the different ramifications of different choices and so on. That's more Lenny's area than mine.
The neighbor's
So,
cat
unless it's
breaks
something
into the
really
house when no
I
one's
usually
home.
just leave the decision
But
making to them.
how? How does he break into the home? Like how? Did you leave like windows open or something?
It's fine. He got Fremonade to make me a little something for just this situation. Poof! A photometer.
That's why I'm here actually.
It looks pretty over the top, I know, but it's essentially just a box of cards. He kept the design simple, so it'd be harder to break. The way it works is, I pick a card at random, then look at the number on the
Window
card.
and pee on the system. But why are you leaving the windows open when you're out of the house? Like, are you not closing them? Or could you not like get a what are these called in English? Like a window guard? Is that the English term? So a cat can't come in through, but ear still can.
Well, for example, if the number on the card is 5 or higher, I help Bonnie find her owner. If it's less than 5, I go back to the reception.
I mean, that sounds fair. Let's do it randomly.
I just have to believe in
And
the
he thought I
balance
had
between me
decision.
and my cards, and my fate will reveal itself to me in numerical form. At least, that's what Linny said. Anyway, I guess I'll give you a demonstration.
Wow. Wow.
Huh. I didn't like that. Was I using it wrong?
Did you break it already?
Maybe if I just...
Yeah, smack it. That's how you repair most things in life.
Clearly, there's some design flaws to iron out. I'll have to let Fremine know.
Metal barricade for zombie and thief, but doesn't work on cat. I mean, like the ones with the like very narrow like netting on top. And nobody know what I'm talking about. like the thing that also like keeps insects out. Special magic. No, not magic. Oh, you mean the thing. The smacky magic. Yeah, that is magic. Like, take a thing, smack it, may work again. Or it's completely broken. Both things might happen. But it's worth a try.
Let's see. Which card did I get?
I can't put it because of the barricade. Oh, it's insect mat. Okay. I didn't know it's what it's called. But yeah. I don't know. Other than that, I think there is some that you like, I don't know. There are probably methods to do that. 'Cause I would go crazy if I were like out of my house and things were crawling through the windows. Doesn't matter if it's a cat or insects, spiders, whatever. I would do barbecue. Why though?
4.
Just keep the cat out of your house. Problem be done. 4 means not helping Kitty.
Well, the cards fell on the ground though, so I don't think it counts as fate. If you want to get the right answer, you have to let fate decide. Also something Linny said. So, to put it another way, if picking a card up off the ground is how to not...
I
leave it
think
to
he
fate,
was referring to barbecue
then
in the
that
cat.
means it must be the wrong answer.
Which I cannot say I would recommend. She just wants to help the cat. It's easy as that. Screw the hat. We're just doing what she wants.
Or... Why don't you pick a card?
It doesn't matter if it's
Since I really
legal. It's
here, that
disgusting.
means,
Just saying.
our fates are, like, interfering with each other.
And yeah, racist too, by the way. That is very, very much true. We'll just do another card. If you're unsure if it's actually like, if it did it right, we just do another draw.
Thank you. This one is final, I promise. Here, take the fatometer. If it's 5 or above, that means fate successfully changed. Anything lower than 5 is a fail. Also, if you have your own thoughts about what I should do, feel free to share it. Now that I've got a good problem solver here to help, I don't need to run every little thing by fate.
Honestly, she should just help the cat. She just wants it. Should forget about the hat thingy. It's weird to say. Yeah, it's really weird. Oh god. Not sure, let's leave it to fate. So there's a new random option in this hangout? And now he just skimps. Yeah, typical. The randomness would be cool, but I think maybe for the second run, for now I think I just say what I... How about you do neither? The best option that there is. I think she just helped the cat because that's what she actually wants to do, you know? In her heart, you kind of notice when somebody like flips a coin or something, or something equal, and they're you can tell they're unhappy with the result, and they're like they're finding excuses why it didn't count. You just want to tell me that you wanted the other result, right? So
we're looking for Bonnie's owner?
wow.
I think I'll go to the
At times you need to use it. Yeah, maybe.
In the paper. You want to come along? I think Bonnie wants you to come with.
If Bonnie says yes, then we'll agree.
Too slow.
Da, 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 da. Let's see. Will take a while though if we like put in an ad into the newspaper. Will that not take a few days until people actually like see it because it's not online instantly, but it's like printed?
Hi, Lynette. Hi, traveler. What can I help you with?
Any commission about missing a cat?
I don't think so. Have you picked up a stray?
Yep. If there's no commission to follow up on, could we post a notice about the missing cat instead?
Why, of course. What a kind thing to do. Just fill out the form.
Just leave the dust on and create more. I don't care. Papers nowadays are barely bought. Yeah, I don't know how it is in here because they not technically don't have any form of like web communication. So maybe papers are bought here more. You know how it is? They may also have like a notice board for like instant
We've
use.
registered you as missing. You can stay at my place until your owner finds you. Also, I just wanted to say
Much too much cat.
thanks for keeping us company for so long. Well, I should probably head back to the drinks reception. Hopefully most of the people have left by now. If you've got some time, you should stop by my place tomorrow to see Bonnie. There's a nice cup of tea in it for you.
I have the option between yes and yes, basically.
Alright, see you then.
Wait until the next morning. Okay, we'll do that. Honestly, I never kind of been fond of newspapers. Or like those small like magazine thingies that they sold everywhere. I really didn't like these. Like at all. Yeah, that definitely is an illusion of choice. 100%. Nah, I was never a big fan of these like magazine thingies that you could get. I'm afraid that the cutscene might kill me, so we're gonna do it like this. Neither are you. Because honestly, you could only like read one maybe and then be done with it.
Belongs to me.
I think the only magazine I've ever read wasn't really a magazine, but it was like a comic that was like published with like a new comic like book episode in each magazine. So I don't know if that actually then counts as a magazine. If it was like a comic magazine, I don't know. One magazine I cared about was in some offices, which were like ads with toys. Oh, so like for a toy store place, like an app magazine.
I already told you, this isn't your cat.
Just take a breather, you two.
Okay, so 2 people came along saying it's their cat. Isn't that just great? And he thought nobody was gonna come. Yeah, but A lot of people in my family like love reading magazines, especially the ones with all the like the gossip and everything. You know these? Like the typical like who divorced, who has been seen dating who's been doing, I don't know. They've been seen wearing, I don't know, what kind of bullshit are they like bringing news on about, like, oh, she was seen wearing a way too big shirt, oh my god, crisis. Something like that. Like these kind of magazines. They loved reading these, and I was like, how the heck can you even read this? This is the most boring thing that I've ever seen. But there is worse. There is worse. Yeah. I know there is worse.
Oh, you're here. As you can probably see, you'll have to take a rain check on that tea I promised you. At least for now.
This is my friend's cat. He's preoccupied with some important business, so I came to retrieve her in his stead.
No. It's far more likely this cat escaped from the Humane Society.
More likely? He doesn't sound like too sure about this. Passive checks are a special type of check that need not be actively triggered, but instead will automatically trigger at specific times. If you pass, you will find some hidden information, such as irregularities in the person's attitude. My IRL check just went off. This guy is not speaking plainly. Huh? Also, what kind of new thing is that? Is that, like, now we're getting random rolls? Did you, I don't know, succeed the intuition roll or something? Inside check success. Was very saucy. Yeah, friend's cat was also, like, not too believable. Like, why is the friend not getting the cat himself? But at least that was more believable than this. Yeah, does Bonnie even recognize one of these?
Bonnie?
That's the name I've given her in the meantime.
Animal handling. Wait. Are we playing D&D now? What the heck's going on? And why did I not get to choose my stats? Oh god. What do I need to do now? The random checks triggered by the photometer often serve as indicators for Destiny's curse or the success or failure of an action. Press to draw a card and get a random number between 1 and 20. If the number displayed is greater than or equal to the check difficulty, you will pass a check. So we're playing D&D now. I just wanted to do a hangout. Like, easy peasy. Pick a few options and win. I didn't want to play D&D and fail my throws, always getting critical failures. Oh. Officers indicators for Destiny's course are the success or failure of an action. Press to draw a card and get a random number. If the number displayed is greater than or equal to the check difficulty, you'll pass. Does that mean that now we're gonna have to like replay Hangouts, but instead of like picking like the, let's say I'm missing the third option, I have to pick the third option, like pass 4 or 5 checks, which means I'm just kind of have to reload until I get the correct respondents. If so, I am against this system. I don't know. Save scum the hangout. I mean, technically, you can by like going back, but you have to kind of listen to the cutscene each and every time. I hope it does not stay this way, because that is kind of, I don't know. Adequate preparation and friendly aid can sometimes affect the results of the check. God. I wasn't prepared for this. Because I was thinking like we maybe will take like 1 hour, at a maximum 2 for this hangout. At this point, it's probably gonna take longer than I assumed. I mean, maybe we'll not be able to get all the endings in today's stream. Which is bad, because that means I have to... Maybe, oh god, I don't know how to do this before tomorrow. Or will I just postpone it till, I don't know. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. That's a 5. I love how it says 5 and 5 below it, just in case you're not noticing it's a 5. Even though it's not that hard to kind of see the numbers, but... Wow.
Well, this.
So I blew it. I'll play the first playthrough of this without, like, scumming anything. We just take faith the way it comes. But after that, I'll definitely gonna have to, like, reload after we're not getting the check that we want. This stings, this stings. Because, I don't know. Kind of makes them have to create less routes. And it's just a you fail or you win route. And it's not so much a decision, which kind of feels bad. Sorry, I'm giving feedback in the middle of it, but it's kind of, I'm a little disappointed.
I told you before. This is my friend's cat. It's normal for her not to trust me.
Listen, I'm the director of the Humane Society, okay? We've got so many strays, dogs, cats, you name it. I'm not even the one feeding them most of the time. You can hardly expect the cat to recognize me.
In that case, he should just get the person that is responsible for the cat to come here. Otherwise, I say this is bullshit and he just wants to get another stray for his club. It kind of sounds like a...
She just looked somewhat familiar, so I came to check, just in case.
It does sound very... sure of him. And she, I don't know, either she's speaking the truth, or it could be that she just wants a cat because she thought, cat nobody wants, I think it's cute, I want it.
If she turns out to be one of ours, I'll take her back. Simple as that. Even if that's not the case, the Humane Society...
Endings are different enough to justify the test mechanic. I'm not saying that the endings are, like, not different enough. I'm saying that, like, the pathway there, they don't have to, like, fork it that much. You know what I want to say? They don't have to give you so many options to, like, to get to different things, because it kind of, like, depends not on your decision anymore, but on if you agree or not agree.
We're an organization that specializes in rescuing and sheltering stray animals. We've been in business for several decades now. I'm Bernard, the current director.
I don't know about you, but when I hear an organization that does something like beneficial to society or something else, and I hear they are in business, I always get bad vibes, because that kind of sounds like we're trying to scam things for money or something.
The Humane Society. Huh. The name sounds familiar. I remember hearing good things. You're the one in the Quartier Lyonnais?
Yes, that's the one. Anyway, if it's not too much trouble, could I possibly take a closer look at the cat? If it turns out I really am mistaken, I suppose that means the cat belongs to this lady here. She would be the only remaining option after all.
You're a charity, not business. Yeah, something is not right with this guy. Something is not right. The question is, how do they make money with the strays? I have bad feelings.
It belongs to my friend.
I mean, technically, we could wait for either the friend to arrive or photos of the friend with the cat. Or I want to see the person in charge of taking care of the cat come here and the cat actually recognizing him. Or her.
Go on, Bonnie.
Oh, nope. Looks like I was mistaken. They do look similar, but there's an ever so slight difference in this one's fur color. Deepest apologies, friends. Well, I suppose this means I still have a missing cat to search for. Apologies again for the confusion.
I'm a little confused why he's now suddenly so happy about this.
Yes, exactly.
Now she's the one being sus. I'm not trusting anybody anymore. We're just keeping the cat for now.
Second. You lied earlier, didn't you?
Lied? I'm afraid I don't know what you mean.
A liar always has a tell. The look in their eyes.
The heck?
breathing
The
pattern,
cat's
the
not
way they
safe with
hold
anybody.
themselves. The things that can give you away are often more numerous than you would think.
What are you talking about? The way I see it, you're conflating baseless conjecture with fact.
Normally, when someone is called out, their breathing speeds up as they begin to panic. But your breathing pattern hasn't changed one bit. In fact, it's been strangely calm and measured this entire time. It stands to reason, then, that your agitated behavior earlier was all an act. If you're a bad guy, I'm sure you'll take off running the first chance you get. If you're a good guy, the most likely explanation is that you're a member of the Guards, or some similar organization.
Are they trying to, like, find out, about this, business society as well?
And you're basing this off of?
Intuition. Nothing more.
Intuition. Well, I have to hand it to you, Lynette. You're right. I'm a member of the Guards. The name's Elodie. I'm currently investigating a cross-border smuggling case. This cat
Smuggling.
What's her name? Well, her owner is one of the prime suspects of our investigation.
So technically, friend is the owner, but like the friend is just the friend in quotation mark.
A couple of days ago, our suspect got wind that we were on his tail and fled. That's most likely how he got separated from the cat.
And you think the cat might help you find him? Or her. I don't know. I think we don't have a gender here. Or could at least lead to a hideout of sorts?
I just so happened to stumble upon your notice in the Steambird. So, I decided to see if he'd come back for her. But it looks like I overestimated him.
Maybe the person? No, it's a him, so yeah. Maybe the guy? Maybe the guy is trusting the cat to, like, come back itself. Like, it was trained to do that. Maybe it had a special, like, training, like, criminal training. The criminal cat help him with the criminal business. Or he doesn't care about the cat. But, like, a lot of these, like, a lot of shady businesses kind of, like, do train their pets to, like, be snitches in case police comes or something. Or, like, go back to them, do distractions or whatever. So, it could be.
The impact of this case has been huge. The Marechaussee Phantom, the Guards, and the Special Patrol have all launched investigations. If there was even the slightest chance that he would show himself, I had to follow up on the lead.
Yeah, what was being smuggled? Was it animals? Or people or goods?
A new kind of illegal drug. Imitation synth.
Okay, drugs.
We confiscated all the synth on the market, but addiction isn't something that goes away overnight. Even without substances on the market, people are still looking for a way to get their next fix.
Okay, I have an idea. What if the business has to do with it? What if they pick up stray animals, train them to go certain routes, and then they attach a drug package on the pet to be picked up, so no of their, like, human employees, so to speak, can ever be caught, because the only thing that's ever in danger are, like, the animals. And that's why they need always, like, they always pick up new ones, because some maybe have some accidents. And that's why he searched the cat. He didn't want to see if it had the same pattern. He wanted to see if they still had the drug package on, so the money that somehow got somewhere, you know? Could that be an idea?
And criminals are all too eager to capitalize on that addiction. That was the impetus for imitation synth. Needless to say, a small-scale market opened up very quickly.
But maybe I'm just adding things up too quickly.
We put several measures into place to prevent similar incidents from occurring. The perpetrators got smart, though, and shifted their sales overseas before those measures could kick in. That's when the imitation synth smuggling began. We only recently got word of the presence of imitation synth overseas. We managed to track down evidence of some early transactions. What we were able to find out, however, hasn't proven that useful given the amount of time that has passed. The Marechaussee Phantom launched an investigation to track down every person in Fontaine capable of producing a drug like that. That's how we learned about Bonnie's owner. He's a researcher at the Fontaine Research Institute. His name is Pierre. Pierre Lefebvre, to be exact.
Lefebvre.
Okay. Seems to know who we're talking about.
The Marechaussee Phantom found him in Poisson. In addition to the cat, he also had a pendant with him. At first, there wasn't much cause for suspicion. A search of his house didn't reveal much to go off of either. The Marechaussee Phantom very nearly left it at that. It was only later that we realized the coat of arms on his pendant belonged to none other than the Lefebvre family, one of the most infamous aristocratic families in Fontaine. Obviously, this discovery prompted a further investigation into Pierre. At that point, however, we discovered that he'd already fled.
Like,
the guards and the special
man, were they
all
dumb.
searching for him.
That's not possible, actually. The Lefebvre family has been gone for a long time.
Exactly. Many years ago, several important members of the family, including the patriarch, were murdered by an assassin of unknown origin. From that point on, family's power and influence took quite the hit.
But apparently they didn't kill like every member, and there were some left.
The family is engaged in all manner of crimes. As you can imagine, there's no shortage of people waiting in the wings to take their revenge.
Like buying children.
And with the family severely weakened, they were able to do just that. Most of the remaining family members succumbed to sickness or hunger. The ones that survived are currently living out their days under a new identity. Pierre is one of those very survivors. He's been hiding away in the Fontaine Research Institute all these years. His true identity unbeknownst to all. Until now, that is. Well, my fellow guards have told me all about how smart and courageous you both are.
What if you're ever like looking for a new
justice.
identity? Wouldn't it be smart to like toss the only thing that might identify you as like your family member of that family, like the amulet? I mean, if the inside of like the palette is important, couldn't they just like, I don't know, paint it a different thing on top, like just paint it plainly black, or I don't know. Did something.
There could be a chance that Pierre,
A little dumb.
might attempt to get close to Bonnie. Now that you've been briefed on the situation, I was hoping you'd help us keep a lookout.
They were panicking.
If I take Bonnie back to the guards with me, there's no way Pierre will try and come for her.
But
Not even.
I
the
mean, like,
clearing
they have
channels
been
would
fleeing
prove
for
something like
years
that.
now, if I understood correctly. Not just recently, but they have been, like, undercover there for, like, years now with a new identity. In all that time, they didn't, like, cover their amulet that gives their actual identity away. Maybe they're just too proud of that to do so.
I have to admit, I'm not holding out too much hope that Pierre will come back for her. But if there's even the slightest chance, then it's worth a shot. Well, I've got some other leads to follow up on. If Pierre does appear, please contact me right away.
Yeah, that one name was ringing a bell. I kind of get why.
It's nothing. I'm fine.
Plot reasons.
It's just the head of the Lefebvre family. He was the eminent person who kidnapped me all those years ago.
Yeah, I figured that one out.
Was at a dinner party. Someone tricked me into boarding the Lefebvre family carriage. Whoever it was, they took me back to their home. But before anything worse could happen, Father intervened. Yep. Father was the one who orchestrated the fall of the Lefebvre family.
But apparently not all of them were killed.
The House of the Heart.
Oversight.
After all these years, I never thought I'd hear the Lefebvre name again.
The cat must go cuddle. Do your job as a cat and cheer up. Now.
Don't worry about me. I wasn't feeling sorry for myself. I was just thinking about Linny. He's been acting strange recently. He avoids me for days on end, consumes himself with some secret investigation, and then out of the blue pushes me to do that acting job.
Maybe he had found out about the guy earlier.
Thinking about it now, it's almost like the one I drew from that deck of cards was part of his plan all along. He must have asked Fremine to help him out. In any case, I know he's hiding something from me. He's really pulled out all the stops this time. It's very possible. I'm sure he tried to send me away because he was afraid it would bring up some painful memories for me. It wasn't necessary, though. Even after all these years, he's still as overprotective as ever. You'll have to help me teach him a lesson if we run into him along the way.
But he meant well.
Yep. I want to head to the Fontaine Research Institute to learn more information about Pierre. Just let me activate search mode and then we'll head out. Who knows? Maybe we'll run into Linny along the way.
I mean, that's all nice and dandy.
A little bit of both,
But if we
perhaps.
go there and
For the
we're
most
like
part,
being
though,
watched, I don't know
I
if the
just have
person
the
is like
sense
watching
that
us.
something's not right.
Will he not
Something
know that
isn't
we
adding
found
up
out
with
about
Pierre's
everything?
story. I'm just not sure what. Okay, I'll write a letter explaining everything to the crew. Once that's done, we can head out.
Honestly, like one thing that I'm trying to like puzzle together is if that person like was sent into hiding and he seems to be like evil and criminal and everything, why were they having like a cat that's like agreeable? Like that would mean that they are treating the cat well. That means they can't be like that evil, either that or the cat is the accomplice. One of two things. Then it would be an evil kitty. I'll just hope it's the first one. They just were treating the cat nicely. Loading screens forever. Fanta. Not now. Have to concentrate.
Quit following me.
Looky who's doing investigations.
Lynette, you're, not at rehearsal?
You can drop the act, brother. In fact, I don't think either of us will have a need for acting anytime soon.
Kinda complicated for a
You
count
should know
mission.
better than to try and keep something from me. You've never been able to do that, even when we were kids.
And I thought I was doing like the simple yet like cheerful option first, but I got the feeling I got the convoluted criminal plot first.
And that's why I tried to distract you with the masked mime show. But I guess you're just too good.
It's theory. It's all about theory for you, isn't it?
Care to introduce us to your new assistant?
This is Officer Shovras, captain of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol. You may have met her already.
Nice to see you. I should clarify something. Mr. Linney's here at my invitation, not the other way around. To borrow your expression, Miss Lynette, I suppose that would make him my assistant more than anything. We've brought on Mr. Linney as a consultant in the past. He was instrumental in helping us crack a case involving a perpetrator who used magic tricks to commit crimes. I was hoping he'd be able to provide some valuable insight this time around as well.
Now we're dropping the bomb right away.
So you've heard everything then?
That's exactly why we're here. There's always been questions surrounding the fall of the Lefebvre family. Some people even believe the House of the Hearth was involved.
Really? I can't say.
Whoever was behind it all was extremely cautious.
Do we have to be cautious with extra information here?
Evidence. This very fact, however, leads me to believe it was indeed the work of that harbinger. I took a look at the entrance and exit records of all the carriages that night. Let's just say it wasn't hard to deduce that there's ill will between you two. Don't worry, I don't have any evidence to that effect, and I certainly don't plan on going to bat for such a despicable family. Plus,
Extra
we want
title.
victims back
I've
for
never
more
heard
than
of that
anything.
story before. I'm totally like surprised. Surprised Pikachu face. Pika? Never heard that.
I sought Mr. Linney's help with the smuggling case.
No.
Nothing more. The way I look at it, it's a collaboration between us as people, not the organizations we represent. Besides, by working together, we can expose the truth as quickly as possible. You can hardly say that's at odds with the justice my organization strives for. Not at all. I was planning to invite
Squirrel
you from
in the
very
back.
beginning, Miss Lynette. It's just that my assistant here raised some objections.
Squirrel. Now it sounds like a dog. Squirrel!
Linny, I'm not the same person I was back then. That little girl who did nothing but cower in the corner in fear. She doesn't need saving anymore.
Again, illusion of choice. It's like, I hate these choices where it's like one option is the first part of the sentence and the other is the second part, and you're basically saying both, but you have to click one.
I'm sorry, Lynette. You're right. I let my concerns get the better of me.
Oh, and the next time you want to distract me, you should try a different approach.
Try something she likes for once.
Who's
And
this?
socializing
You
is
pick
not
up a
one.
stray while I was gone?
It's a bit complicated. I'll explain later. Anyway, her name's Bonnie.
Well, if there are no objections, then I suppose the only thing left to say is, Lynette,
Let's give me one 10
welcome
sentence.
to the team.
Or just have that whole sentence be a vocal dialogue by the traveler. Yeah, traveler gets way too many too many lines that are like explicitly important but not spoken. Like I can get behind not voicing ever yes and no and maybe and let's go, but like some more dialogue, please.
It appears the Lefebvre family was very particular in their use of insignias and emblems.
I mean, maybe here I can, like, understand that it's like a, yeah, you want to do a self-insert kind of thing. But, like, in big cutscenes, it's, like, weird when the traveler is just staring, like... Battle grunt. Ah. And then Paimon says a lot of things.
The family would use different emblems to mark differences in status, blood relation, and the like. In fact, the insignia that was discovered on the pendant was used to represent an illegitimate child.
Oh. So, not that far inside the evil family.
It's highly likely. That very status might have been what allowed him to emerge from the fall of his family relatively unscathed. It would also explain why he was able to assume a new identity as a researcher with relative ease.
We discovered something interesting, though. After talking to some of his co-workers, it appears he pretty much works at the Institute in name only. He's practically been cast out.
Apparently, Pierre was once addicted to synth. He tried to use the resources at the Institute to create a substance with a similar effect.
And there we have, like, the motive. I want to get my drugs again.
He claimed it was just for research purposes, but the Institute revoked his access to the relevant materials regardless. He was placed on disciplinary leave, pending a thorough investigation of his actions. But it seems the Institute ran into some trouble along the way. Could have been a lack of personnel or a timing issue. In any case, they had to table their formal investigation into Pierre. Unfortunately, that also included reporting any relevant information to the higher authorities. As for his family background, it appears none of his co-workers at the Institute were aware
I'm
of
getting
that
a
information.
feeling he may
All they
have
could tell
been
us is
falling
that he was
into,
quite
like,
the
drug
recluse.
use because of his, like, his backstory, like, being... As it seems, like, from his perspective, it definitely he was like a victim, and it was tragic for him because like basically all of his family basically died. He was like outcast, had to flee, and it wasn't like directly his fault or anything. Probably was still a child at the time, so you know what I want to say. Which probably led him into like seeking that, and since we heard the drug was like forbidden or like the supply was cut off, he was desperately trying to, like, find another means to achieve the effect that he was searching for.
Other than the pendant, we didn't find anything else of note at his residence in Poisson. Based on the samples of imitation synth we've been able to analyze, it appears the substance leaves behind strong traces wherever it's produced or stored. Those traces might not be obvious to the casual observer, but they're not something our guard poodles would miss. Pierre's home, though, came up completely clean. We didn't find any records indicating possible involvement in overseas transactions either. So, the Marechaussee Phantom didn't view him as a major suspect at first.
Maybe he had a separate, dedicated area where he made the imitation synth.
I wonder if he consumed it too, and if the consumption would leave behind, like, enough trace so that the dogs would have, like, noticed.
Well, his neighbors did say he was often gone for long stretches of time. You would think with him out and about so much, people would have spotted him around Poisson, but residents said they barely ever saw him in town. If his reclusive nature was just a matter of keeping a low profile, I guess it would make sense for him to have a secret base to carry out his business.
After he disappeared, the guards conducted a thorough search of Poisson, but they didn't come across any suspicious locations.
Poisson. You know Hotel de Boer, where I first found Bonnie? To get there from Poisson, you have to cross a stretch of ocean. It's not somewhere a cat could just wander off on its own.
A cat? You mean...
It means that he's more likely to be close to where the cat was found,
Bonnie
right?
is Pierre's cat.
Oh, that's right! When the Marechaussee Phantom first tracked him down,
Like
I
thinking
remember
like,
there being something about a cat in their report. So this is her?
Meow.
From what we've learned about Pierre's habits, he doesn't seem like the type to venture out without a purpose. So what you're saying, Lynette, is that Bonnie couldn't have gone missing in Poisson. If that's true, then...
Exactly. Bonnie might even know where it is.
Wait, you think the cat can lead us there? But she's not trained like one of our guard poodles. How is she supposed to understand what we want her to do?
Just ask. I don't know. Well, that should give... I want to try animal handling, even though I'll fail at my throw again, but I don't care. I want to try anyway. Oh my god, I need a 12. I am failing. I forgot I'm no druid. I want to die. See how I lose every throw I make? That's my life in a nutshell. I hope you're happy. Witness firsthand how my life feels.
Guess she's a little skittish around strangers. Meow. Meow meow.
I only did 2 throws. You found 100% of the shots you don't take.
Near the coast, the beach, and beneath the cliffs. The place we're looking for is most likely north of the Court of Fontaine.
Well, I've certainly never taken a witness statement like this before.
Well, if it
I'm
works
just
out,
saying it's an
maybe something
excerpt.
worth getting used to.
I just know how it is when I'm throwing on characters, or if I'm making throws in other games. It doesn't matter. It's always the same. Or if I just like throw in a dice in real life for things, I'm always losing somehow. I don't know why.
Alike. When it comes to communication, most of what we want to convey can be accomplished through body language alone. But humans tend to rely too much on speech to ever take advantage of that fact. Of course, body language has its limitations. You're not going to be able to get across anything too complicated.
The important thing is that we now have a lead. Let's try and find a place that matches the clues Bonnie gave us.
Check the suspicious location. Good that we already have it marked down where it is exactly. No searching involved. Apparently, it was detailed enough to pinpoint it. Boing.
Seems like Bonnie is trying to take us somewhere.
Huh? There, trail the cat. Follow the kitten.
Gardamex ahead.
Look out!
Ah, the first time we're actually doing anything else but talking today. Thank God. Because I was getting kind of bored, honestly.
Solidify.
Also me running with the animal group for some weird reasons. That's because Gaming has now finished his name card. I thrown him out of the team for now. Because the most thing that I do currently is like running that one domain in the hopes of like getting in better peace, and this is just the fastest group to like do it with. So isn't this the first ever hangout with a battle? No, there's like plenty of hangouts with battles. I'm pretty sure.
Wow, Lynette, you found this place so easily. If I thought there was any chance you'd
For
say
example,
yes,
I'm pretty sure the Goro one has a combat part, and where you can't even try him out, because I've done that a few times.
Sounds familiar. I pretty much receive letters daily from people trying to poach her from me.
Let's just focus on our search. There's a lot to investigate.
She already laughed. That I can actually Navia Theory team as my friendship team. You have Theory like on Constellation or at C0? Because I heard you need Constellation to like have her work with Navia, right? Or at least have her work well with her. Zero. And how's that working out for you?
Aha! Just as we thought. This is where the imitation synth was being made.
Ah, that's how it looks like. At C0, she's a psych grade from Albedo with no constructs. Yeah, as I heard most people say you need either. I don't remember what it was, C1 or C2, but one of these, like where you can like summon an extra puppet with charge attack, was it? I don't remember anymore. I use Navia and Shangli and Shiori, so I got concerned. Oh yeah, I know a lot of people do not use 3GO because Navia is not getting enough crystals done. You know what I mean? But I haven't neither Shiori nor Navia, so I can't really confirm either way.
Looks like
just
we've got
what
more
I
than
heard.
Just imitation synths stashed around here. In addition to the raw materials needed to synthesize the substance itself, there's a large quantity of cleaning agents and a few drugs I haven't been able to identify.
So different ones
These
too.
cleaning agents are likely used to dispel traces of the substance, like its smell.
So did he clean his apartment when they didn't find out about him the first time around? You know?
The Special Patrol did some digging into imitation synth. Our records indicate that it's very difficult for ordinary people to detect traces left behind by the stuff. I'm sure that was the case for Pierre as well.
Your bastard free-to-play sword is Harbinger. Either that or isn't like the Cinerbus Spindle also like good? If you have it. If you happen to have it.
It must have taken a considerable
and Albedo isn't already having
that.
that.
Sure all those traces get washed away.
That was good if you have a lot of crit rate. Yeah, if you're having better substats, if you have like a good investment on her, I think Cinnabar is actually a tiny bit better.
But what are these other drugs
I
for?
made tests, not for me, but like in group with people. Yeah, Harbinger is if you want to do have an easy build. Yeah, it gives crit, but never forget the other one is giving you a damage bonus itself, so... But I'm guessing at like...
The material these bags are
At like
made of
very, very, very low
quite
investment, Harbinger is definitely better. At medium investment, or like I would say like normal investment into the character, I would say they even each other out. So you can take either, really, whatever you prefer. And I think the higher your investment, the better Cinnabar is actually on her. But just my personal opinion from calculations and tests I've seen.
It's the very same, actually. Romaritime flower fiber. But there's something special about the composition of these bags. I took a closer look, and it appears they're not only waterproof, but also corrosion and leak resistant. Even the strings look specially designed to keep the bags closed nice and tight. I came across some bags made of the same material just now, but they were much smaller and thinner. From the look of them, they seemed far less durable as well. Very similar, actually. Normally, it would be easy for a guard poodle to sniff out the imitation scent.
Ah, so
but
it
if
was all
sealed
about
away
like...
in a bag like that,
It was all
it
about
might be
cover-up
possible
here.
to elude detection for some time.
5%, but at higher investment, the 5% is bigger. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, kind of like that. Kind of like that. Also, there's like a certain like minimum amount of like crit rate you want to reach. You know what I want to say? And if you have a hard time reaching that, like before that, like the crit rate is the most important stat to get until you're like at that threshold of like minimum that you want to get. So if you just can't reach that, then having it out of anywhere is better than having anything else before that. But after that, it kind of like, it gets some sort of like diminishing returns, and then the rest kind of gets better again.
But what could these big
Building is
bags
so
be for then?
complicated sometimes, I'm
If the
telling
goal
you.
is to keep the imitation synth hidden and sealed away, these bags seem a bit too conspicuous.
Very, very interesting. And the worst thing about all of this is, on paper, we can say whatever we want. You know what I mean? In practicality, it's all about what do you actually drop, because it's not like your choice to have like lower crit rate on your items or something. You get a hand dealt, and you have to play poker with it, and you have to see what brings you to not having to fold. Something like that, I think.
When the Marechaussee Phantom searched Pierre's house, there was no sign of these barrels, right?
You DM me the stats? Wait, I'll have a look at it. Yeah, having nice pieces.
You're right. That doesn't seem like his way of doing things. How did he get them here then?
I think at the stats that you're having, I think it would even out between the two if you had a little less crit damage and instead a little more crit rate, like a tiny bit, just not much. Like we're talking like maybe 10% difference change out on the artifacts. So you're getting a tiny bit more crit rate, a little less crit damage, and I think it's it would be easier to like change between them. This way you're probably losing too much by like unequipping the Harbinger, but you know what I mean. But I guess it's probably coming out the same. I think a good test actually would be just probably not worth it because you're like starved on resources. But technically, if you have both weapons upgraded to maximum, what you can do is like equip one, go into the abyss, do 10 times, record the 10 the timings you need, then equip the other one, do another 10 sets, and then see two things. Not only do you want to see which gets a better time, But you also want to see which one feels better in like rotation-wise, you know? Tried that, not 10 times though. Because actually I've been sitting in a session with people testing that. And from what I could say, I was just the person watching and recording. But from what I could say is the Harbinger seems to have a little higher maximums, but also lower minimums. So it was very fluctuating for the Harbinger. If it was good or not. But the Cinnabar Spindle was not getting quite as high, but it never gotten really low, so it was more of a consistent thing with the Spindle. Don't ask me why, but it was. I think because it's less dependent on
halves of the barrels appear to have
on the it's like this. If you crit, despite having a lower crit, then the Spindle is always better. If you do not, then the Harbinger is better in that case. So it kind of depends on how lucky you are with the crits in a reverse sort of way. You know what I mean? The luckier you are on the critting, the better the Spindle is. The unluckier you are, the better the Harbinger is. Kinda. Does that make sense? It's the famous lurker. Is that now my counter argument? Hello? Is that better than hey, I'm still not famous, which is also true? The famous lurker. Come on, eat and lurk. How you always coming up with that? Makes total sense. Yeah. So, yeah. And I can't explain why.
Ingredients we found,
I can't explain why, actually. But the runs with the Spindle seemed smoother in rotation somehow. Even if just by a tiny bit, but I couldn't explain why. Don't ask me. Because I actually can't, like, make it out what the reason is.
It looks like he used a special cleaning agent to get rid of any residual traces of the substance on his person before he left. That's how he was able to get past the guard poodles.
Which means he anticipated being caught at one point.
So then he transferred the imitation scent into small sealed bags and took it somewhere else for the drop-off.
No. I don't believe our suspect is the kind of person who'd go around carrying incriminating evidence with him. That would potentially create too many eyewitnesses. The cleaning agent and the sealed bags might get past the guard poodles. But if a member of the public or even a guard on patrol happened to see him during the drop-off, a quick search would reveal everything. That's
I think, where all the animals come in. Maybe it still has to do with the business thing.
The barrels we found were wet around the base, but the top half was dry. As if they'd been standing upright in the water.
Or not. If they were, like, transported in big barrels, then probably not.
If you put a barrel in the water, it will normally float on its side. Unless it's heavily loaded, in which case it'll sink.
Yes. With flotation rings around the body of the barrels, they'd stay upright in the water. And then he could afford to load them more fully.
You think he used floating barrels? I suppose if he acted at night, when there are very few other boats around and visibility is low, it's a valid theory. We can't rule
it was still risky, wouldn't it?
But then wouldn't the barrels be carried off by the waves or the currents? How would the person doing the pickup know where to look?
I like how we make, like, the jump to pets here. I don't know why.
Traveler, can you come take a dip in the sea with me? I have a feeling that somewhere down there, we might find some rope.
Long hangout. Yeah, it certainly is.
The pet from running away. Then why not a barrel?
Maybe we're having the longest route. I can't really say. Or I'm just slow today. Dipping into the water.
Quit following me.
What am I gonna do now? Rope up a barrel?
The wreckage of a small boat?
Hmm.
This isn't the place.
The boat was kinda... Why did it sink?
This isn't the place.
Anything else here? Oh, there's something. A stone?
Got it. Time to go up and report.
So apparently... It got a tiny anchor. I'm guessing that's like a makeshift anchor, right? With a stone. Unless the mafia came by and, like, dropped a few people off. That could also be. One may never know, but I think it wasn't deep enough for that, was it?
As
Oopsie
expected,
daisy.
we found a few pieces of rope and some anchoring stones underwater. If you attach them to a floating barrel, it would look like this. With this anchoring system, it would be possible to use floating barrels for the drop-off. You would just need to drop them in the water at the agreed-upon location. We also came across the wreckage of a small boat. It must have been left out on the water and capsized due to the force of the wind and waves. Its small size, however, would have
So
made
did
it
they use
perfect for
that?
staying
Why did they let it sink
Let's
down though?
talk this through. Based on the evidence we've collected, it seems like Pierre would row a small boat out to the agreed-upon transfer point, drop off the barrels, leave, and then row back and retrieve them after the transfer was complete.
It kinda sounds a little bit too complicated.
It could be that he was trying to avoid meeting up with his associate face to face. As one of the sole survivors of the Lefebvre family, maybe he was just used to that sort of elusive lifestyle.
It seems like Pierre deliberately chose the floating barrel method so that the goods could be dropped off and picked up at separate times. That way, the two parties wouldn't have to meet each other.
Well, if that's the case, they must not have a very close working relationship.
Let's not jump to any conclusions just yet. Assumptions can be detrimental to solving a case. It's possible they were just trying to keep a low profile.
Now something is
Both
still
sailing to the
fishy.
same location at once could be too conspicuous. The most important thing is that we can now confirm Pierre wasn't acting alone. The floating barrel drop-off system is proof enough of that. Let's say for now that he was only in charge of producing the imitation synth. That would mean there has to be at least one other person involved in the operation, likely in charge of transporting the goods across the border.
Since we've determined that the goods were transported by boat, maybe we can track down some travel logs or something.
We can certainly check the various ports for that information.
It's
possible,
something doesn't
however,
add up yet.
that Pierre's associate also used a small boat for the transport and docked along the shore rather than at a large port. If that's the case, it's unlikely there would be any record left behind. Absolutely. Before Pierre disappeared, we made sure to investigate all sorts of outward-bound vessels. We also had port authorities keep a lookout for anything suspicious. Unfortunately, we were never able to find out how they managed to get the imitation synth across the border. You're right. Whatever vessel was used for the pickup, the person responsible for smuggling the substance out of Fontaine would have had to use a larger vessel for the actual transport. That's the only way they would be able to smuggle on a large enough scale to make a profit. They must have found a way to disguise the imitation synth to clear port inspections. Exactly. We can't let
I am
any
a little
opportunity slip
confused.
through the cracks. Although, given the amount of ports that could be involved, we should probably split up.
I'll run home and ask some of my brothers and sisters to try and dig up some information.
I should also head back and update my platoon on our
Everybody's
progress. We've got some
leaving me all alone.
reinforcements for Lynette,
A lot of
Tyler,
confused.
why don't you head
Yeah,
to Moonbeam's Harbor
something
and see
is
what
like
you can find
weird
out.
with this.
All right. Come on, Bonnie. You too.
I mean, why go through the thing to like give this associate like the things first? When they could like together already smuggle it out in the first place if they had a method for doing so. It seems like an extra unnecessary step you had to take where you could get caught. So it kind of does not make sense to me. But maybe I'm not understanding the criminal masterminds of this world. Let's get some
Oh,
information.
Lynette, Traveler. And Bonnie, too. What brings you all here?
Did something happen?
What a coincidence.
Oh. I see. Thank you for everything you're doing for the people of Fontaine. I'm in charge of guarding the port. You mentioned you were after some travel logs, right? I can go fetch those for you.
Looks like I've got another hard day of work ahead of me. No, not usually. It's this incident that happened recently. Before that,
Incident?
everything was normal. All we had to do was confiscate anything suspicious and we could call it a day. Pretty simple stuff. But things are much more complicated now. We somehow let suspicious cargo pass through the port undetected. Not even our guard poodles were able to sniff it out. Even worse, we still don't know how the perpetrator was able to conceal the goods so well.
Oh, maybe this is the boat we're searching for.
By suspicious cargo, do you mean imitation synth?
Yep. However, prohibited substances are just one example. We confiscate all sorts of contraband during the course of our inspections. Or at least, we're supposed to.
So what happens to the goods you confiscate?
Oh, we keep them in a storage locker. If they turn out to be something particularly dubious, we'll turn them over to the Maison Orderly. If the goods are only slightly suspicious but could otherwise be harmless, like raw materials that could potentially be used to create contraband, we return them to the ship they were confiscated from, instead of letting them pass through the port.
Sorry for the wait. These are the travel logs for all the recent activity at the port.
Okay, we're searching for exactly this ship, right?
Oh, you brought Gerard with you.
Actually, he followed me here himself. It's like he smells something on me.
We're on the cab.
Huh. I wonder why Gerard is reacting to you two so strongly.
Huh? We were so careful not to touch it, but we still ended up with traces on us. If it leaves a residue so easily, I just don't understand how the culprit was able to disguise the goods at all.
Why don't you have a look at the travel logs first? All ships coming in and out of the port are recorded here.
Didn't they have a cleaning
Except for the
substance
ones
there?
the port authorities ride to and from work.
Ah. The Humane Society, you say? How interesting.
The Humane Society. Their name is all over the exit logs. The purpose for leaving is always listed as overseas adoption.
Ah, the director of the organization explained that,
Sure.
actually.
Yeah,
He said a lot of the
business.
dog breeds unique to Fontaine are also very popular overseas. So, his organization offers an overseas adoption program.
Bernard, the director of the Humane Society, was the man who came looking for Bonnie earlier.
Something doesn't add up.
Have you figured it out too, Traveler? The way the criminal disguised the goods? When Bernard asked to take a closer look at Bonnie, he was actually checking whether there was any imitation synth in her stomach.
In the stomach, I was just thinking they were, like, put in it, like, as a package on, like, in their collar or, like, on a clothing piece that they are binding to the belly, but, like, they have eat it? Oh, God. I mean, realistic, but I don't want to think about it.
Wait, what?
The sealed bags we found at the secret base. They were specially made to be corrosion resistant.
So they were eaten.
There were gaps around the lids of the barrels, and airbags were used to keep them upright in the water. Those drug shivers found at the secret base. She most likely didn't recognize them because they're not used on human beings. It's an anesthetic used on pets. The perpetrator must have given it to the animals. Pure. must have made the animals swallow the sealed bags full of imitation synth at a secret base.
I had the right
Then they
idea
stuffed
about
them into
this
floating
thing.
barrels and left the rest to Bernard.
I don't like that I have the right idea about it, but it is the way
The
it is.
sealed bags combined with an animal's body odor would certainly be enough to mask the scent of imitation synth.
During our inspections, we would have never thought to inspect the bellies of those animals for anything suspicious. Even if we tried to feel around for something, I'm sure it would be difficult to detect.
Unless you have like an X-ray for a doctor or something with you.
Exactly. I bet Bernard even transported animals with synth in their stomach alongside ones without. That way, it would be even harder to say with certainty that something was amiss. She's probably in the clear. Otherwise, Bernard would have never left without her. I'm guessing he didn't know whether Pierre had already hidden the next batch of imitation synth before he fled. Just imagine. He sees the notice we put in the Steambird, and it turns out that one of the very cats he gave to Pierre for the smuggling operation is out in the open, roaming the streets of Fontaine. If Pierre had already hidden the next batch of imitation synth, then Bonnie would practically be living proof of their crimes. He would have had no choice but to go after her.
So, that's why he came to find you and insisted on taking a closer look at the cat.
I was saying, like, this is super suspicious. Normally, you can take a look at a cat from afar and see if the fur is, like, the same. Like, maybe not when you have it in a picture because you cannot look from every side. But, like, if you're, like, a live person and you, like, go around the cat, you can definitely tell if that's, like, the cat you're looking for. You don't have to take it up personally and hold it. Something was wrong from the start.
Wait a second, I'm a little lost here. I get the part about hiding the substance in the pets, but those, what did you call them again? Floating barrels? Why even put the animals in there in the first place? If you've got something as convenient as a floating barrel, why not just stuff it with the imitation synth directly? Why not wait to hide the stuff until after the exchange has been made?
In order to make sure the animals could swallow the sealed bags, they made them extremely thin. Had they not done that, the animals would have likely bitten or chewed through them. That step would have required a lot of energy, as well as a certain amount of technical expertise. So, it was better left to the more experienced Pierre. We've already proven how easy it is to pick up trace amounts of imitation synth, so I'm sure Bernard was taking all the precautions he could to avoid the same fate.
Okay, then let's head to the Humane Society right away and bring that guy to justice. I'll bring a Gardamek to speed up the process.
Let's storm them. His business will be over soon. See, I knew something was wrong. Instantly, if there's a societal organization speaking about business or profits or anything, things are somehow fishy.
Quit following me.
The headquarters of the Humane Society should be somewhere around here. Bernard could show up any moment now.
Ah, you're the people from earlier. Wait, you're from the guards?
You're under arrest, sir.
After him! We can't let him get away!
No, 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 no. Good thing that this guy is slow as heck.
Give it up, Bernard.
Mercy, have mercy. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything I know.
The Humane Society has done so much good over the years, and yet you have committed such an atrocious deed in its name.
Look, I didn't have a choice, okay? My father cared about those blasted animals so much, he didn't bother to take care of his human wife and son at all. While those animals were showered with love, I lived worse than a dog.
No one asked.
No one asked about the motive. That's no excuse.
Well, after I took over the Humane Society, it gradually became harder and harder to maintain its operations. Until one day, someone suddenly passed me a letter. It said that I could stand to get a large sum of money as long as I helped them to transport some animals abroad. It was only after a few such transports that I finally understood what I was really transporting. But then, Pierre wrote to me. saying that we were already partners in crime and that I better keep cooperating with him if I didn't want to be reported to the guards.
He is lying so he doesn't get a full sentence.
You knew it from the very beginning, didn't you?
He
The
didn't
reason
like
you had
animals
to
because
go
he
through so
thinks
many
that's the
steps
reason
just
he
to
didn't get any
transport
attention from
someone
his father. Easy as that.
I'd suggest that you confess everything right now if you don't want to add anything else to your list of crimes.
Yes, officer. I would order wooden barrels and flotation devices according to his instructions, and then load the sleeping animals onto a boat.
Yeah,
Once
you
I
know,
failed
like
to the
this.
location he provided,
We
I
have a
dumped
video
everything
game and we
together into
need
the
to make
sea.
it obvious for the players that the character was lying. So instead of like being very subtle about it, they're like, definitely not lying. No, not me. No, I'm not lying. Like they overdo it like a lot. It's almost comical. There's like a lot of these examples.
And a few days after that, I'd come by again in my boat and pick up the animals sleeping in the barrels. Once I had received enough of them, I'd bring them to the harbor to be adopted abroad. That guy, Pierre, he was running the entire show. He set up all the meeting times and found all the foreign adopters. Oh, and he even supplied all of the goods.
Don't
too.
like the
I
muhaha.
just did the transport. He was the one who planned out and executed everything else.
He just wants to get a lower sentence.
Look, I don't know, okay? I've never ever met him in person. We've only ever communicated through letters.
And when did he send his final letter to you?
Just last night, he said that the Marechaussee Phantom is now after him, so he's planning to go into hiding for some time. He didn't mention where he's thinking about going, though, but he did tell me to look out for the guards.
It's been a few days since Pierre's last appearance. I'd wager that he sent that letter after he found his hiding spot.
I burned them. It was on his orders.
I mean,
I had
that's
to burn
smart.
every letter after reading them. I wasn't even allowed to share them with the rest of the society employees.
Sure sounds like you're trying to use the lack of witnesses or evidence to pin the blame on Pierre.
No, I swear, this time I'm only telling you the truth.
I mean, that could be. I believe him in that regard because the Pierre fellow seems like very, 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 very careful about everything. Like with not getting any traces, not being associated with this at all. Like very careful not to get his hands dirty in some way or another.
We can check the truth of your statements at the Opera House. I hope you know what'll be coming for you if I were to find any discrepancy between the evidence and the testimony you just gave.
I know. I swear I was just telling the truth.
My thanks to you both. Had it not been for you, I really don't know what would have happened to this case.
Bonnie helped, too.
That's true. It was all thanks to her that Bernard was finally exposed.
Bonnie probably just had enough of being a smuggling cam. See? Agrees.
And it looks like she's grown quite fond of you two as well. Then I'll leave you be. Just let me know if you find any other new leads.
What's up with her? Worried about something, I'm guessing. Attempt to close again. Why is there 2 dots to react with? Okay, I'll go here. I don't know if this was a choice, but I wanted to make this one first.
It was that obvious, huh? Well, even though it didn't feel like Bernard was lying, after talking to him, I'm getting an even stronger sense that something's not quite right. We investigated so quickly that perhaps we've missed a thing or two along the way. Let me activate deduction mode and consider things again from the top to see if we can find anything new. Is there still anything unresolved or strange that we should try to consider?
Please, don't be one of those thinking bubble thingies. Oh god. Thank god it's not. If you ask me, the weird thing is, why did they do, like, the barrel thing in the first place? It seems a little weird. Actually, everything is kind of weird. I'll say something unexplained.
Well, we've discovered that Bernard is responsible for the trafficking, while Pierre deals with supplying the goods. Is there something else in this scheme that we're missing?
I mean... Oh my god. Nah, it's one of the bubble things. No! I mean, what about payment? That's the thing I'm asking. We're more like, who on the other side is taking the packages out? Like, who's sorting through all the animal poop? That's what I'm asking. But apparently that's not important. Like, how the heck did he even make this if he didn't have the ingredients anymore? No suspicious record would be left as long as he receives the funds as an individual. First, I want to, like, combine these. Oh. It's not about combining.
There's no need to rush.
Dang it, I thought I was combining these.
Suspicious points about this case.
I wanted to combine this and saying, like, how did he get the ingredients if he was banned from getting more ingredients? He must have connections to have gotten the ingredients. But apparently I should have picked this. I thought I was gonna be smart, but I picked the wrong thing first. Dang it.
Bernard claims to have received a letter last night from Pierre. In the letter, Pierre stated that he had gone into hiding.
Or maybe there wasn't anything more in there. I don't know.
The letter?
Yeah, he didn't mention anything about Bonnie, right? That's sus. You put too much thought, Genshin said, be dumb. Okay. I am dumb. Location. Letter is purpose. Yeah, why didn't he want about the cat?
If Bonnie had imitation synth in her body, then she was a liability that had to be recovered at all costs. But if she wasn't doing anything, then it would have made sense to tell Bernard not to worry.
But he could have told him that Batch wasn't out yet, so he wouldn't have to have had a look at the cat, but he didn't tell anything about that.
Bernard only attracted our attention in the first place because he came to look for Bonnie. Could it be that the person who wrote the letter also knew nothing about Bonnie's whereabouts? Or they had a separate goal entirely? The Marechaussee Phantom found Bonnie and the Lefebvre pendant at Pierre's residence. That was the beginning point of our investigation.
Yeah. That's what has been bugging me from the start. Why didn't he not hide the pendant? Something is off.
Why would he leave such an obvious trail for us to follow when he took so much care to not leave any traces of imitation synth in his home?
It kind of doesn't fit together, because if he was a very, very, very careful guy and everything else, this almost seems to be put on down on purpose.
Now behave and follow me to the interrogation room.
Ow! That hurt. Ow!
Clearing check bonus. Okay. We got 2 clues. I blew the 3rd one, sadly, because I'm an idiot. And we need a 20. La-da! Heck with it. Nice. Finally, something's going right.
Is there something else you need from me, traveler?
Huh?
I see. It all makes sense now.
Hey, what are you talking about? Look, even our confessed criminal here has no idea what you're saying.
Because he has been kept in the dark all along. And I assume it's the same with Pierre.
I mean, that she sauce was kind of obvious, but what does she have to do with the
That never
synth?
quite added up for me. Why did Pierre feel compelled to return to his home with Bonnie and the pendant, and make them so easy to find for the Marechaussee Phantom?
Set up so they got caught?
Both of these things are in stark contrast to his usual meticulous and vigilant behavior. There's only one reasonable explanation. He was following orders, just like Bernard. He probably.
But I don't have a motive yet. I'm a little confused on the motive.
Knocking on his door. Bring the cat and the pendant, and our undercover agent will be sure to help you. Unbeknownst to him, however, the 3rd person who wrote that letter to him had long decided to sacrifice him and Bernard to save themselves.
What? You can't be serious. There was a 3rd person involved?
If you focus only on Bernard's testimony, it's easy to believe that only Bernard and Pierre were working together. The case appeared extremely simple. Bernard did the trafficking, Pierre the imitation synth production, drugging, and stuffing.
We're very disappointed.
Wait. But that doesn't make any sense. If that's the actual truth, then as soon as Pierre is caught, he'll explain his side of the story and the 3rd person will...
Yep, which is why the 3rd person made sure that Pierre would never be found again.
Did she kill him?
Once they had instructed Pierre to expose himself, the 3rd person wrote to Pierre again, suggesting that everything had been taken care of, and he should take Bonnie and safely return to his base. Of course, Pierre's disappearance at such a sensitive time immediately made him a prime suspect. Knowing that Bonnie had last been seen with him, all the 3rd person would have to do from that point on would be to lead the Phantom to investigate the Humane Society and get Bernard to confess the truth.
Wait, so you're saying that the letter I received yesterday, the one that made me think Pierre was still alive, it was also sent by the 3rd person?
Is that what happened?
Not so fast. You stay here.
Away and reinvestigate this case from the top.
I'm still not having any motive that I can grasp. Maybe I'm the dumb one here, but I'm not getting the motive.
Chevra said that assumptions can be detrimental to solving a case. Someone among us, however, has been feeding us all kinds of preconceived notions ever since our first meeting. They suggested that Pierre's disappearance was an attempt to escape the judgment of the law, and that
Money.
Pierre was a
Yeah,
scion of
probably.
the
But it's hoping for something more, though.
But if the disappearance is truly just a cover-up for a murder, then couldn't the true sign have been an illegitimate daughter, rather than an illegitimate son?
Huh?
Haven't you taken this joke a bit too far? You're right. I did let a lot of assumptions get to my head when I first started to talk to you about the case. I'll make sure to correct my behavior.
You deliberately fed us lies, but even you could not control
Ha.
every last detail of your plan. There was a flaw in your scheme, and something didn't quite go as planned.
So it wasn't any coincidence that it was a gender neutral sentence at the beginning when she spoke, and then suddenly she got into he did that. It was him, the pendant was found on him, like a sudden switch on the whole thing.
Getting the Marechaussee Phantom to notice Pierre was only the first part of your plan. Had they failed to take notice of the Humane Society, they could have cast a wider net, and you couldn't predict what they might possibly find if given enough time. This, of course, was the main weakness of your plan. As someone accustomed to acting from behind the scenes, you didn't want to take the risk of personally proposing a raid on the Humane Society. So, you thought about pulling a few more strings, so all the suspicion would point towards Bernard and his society.
I mean, if it were about me, I would have pointed into that direction since the very first time we spoke with him. So on me that would have worked without a problem. But
once the Phantom expanded their search, it would only be a matter of time before they found Pierre's base. If a cat last seen with the suspect turned up dead at the imitation synth base, it wouldn't be long until the Phantom would figure out exactly how she had been mistreated and turn their eyes towards the one organization that has been sending boatloads of animals out of Fontaine. It was probably during your ambush of Pierre. You didn't even have the time to check if she had already been stuffed full of imitation synth. Still, you soon found another opportunity. Before long, Bonnie had made her way back into the city, and even popped up on the Steambird. Like Bernard, you desperately wanted to confirm the contents of her stomach, so you hurried to find us. Unlike Bernard, however, you were hoping that Pierre did have the time to make her swallow a load of imitation synth. While investigating the suspect's cat, we unexpectedly discovered that the suspect has been smuggling imitation synth using living animals as intermediaries. That was your plan, in any case. With that, you'd have been able to lead the investigation towards the Humane Society.
Bonnie was lucky, but you were unlucky. You were counting on that to be the case, but it wasn't. Weirdly enough, I still had like the intuition. It smelled like something's wrong here.
Bonnie had managed to escape before Pierre was able to stuff her full of imitation synth. That part of your plan could no longer be carried out. But as shrewd as you were, you came up with another plan right away. You manipulated the Traveler and I to help you identify Bernard as a key suspect. You used the Lefebvre name as bait to get us to join your investigation. With 2 extra bodies around, the Special Patrol is sure to soon take note of the strange event of Bernard.
Yeah, it is a little weird how she dropped that, even though that should probably be investigation secret. Right?
So, what you're saying is, I went to all that trouble just for the chance that you might put forth the suggestion that would lead you down the wrong path.
Of course, you did far more than
The one time where it counts, I actually did the right thing, yes.
Were you not the person who highlighted the suspicious activities of the Society?
Ugh.
You even highlighted the Society's activities during your compilation of the logs, so they'd be immediately visible to anyone examining the records.
So, probably gotten a few other records out of there, so it kind of looked like a super suspicious log.
Moreover, the logs contained no records of the Port Authority's activities. In other words, your activities.
And what are you trying to suggest with that?
I am insinuating that you had plenty of opportunities to transfer the raw materials for imitation synth from the harbor to a boat, and then sail over to the meeting place full of floating barrels. And that's how neither the trafficker nor the manufacturer knew there was a third person who supplied the raw materials, and surreptitiously operated between them.
Interesting. But I still missing the motive here. I am very interested in why. And if you just giving me money, I'm gonna be disappointed.
Pierre manufactured imitation synth using the raw materials you provided, stuffed the animals, and placed the animals back into the barrels. Having received the green light from you as Pierre, Bernard then retrieved his animals and shipped them out of Fontaine once he had received enough for a full batch. This is the truth behind your smuggling ring.
I can't believe it. I never put two and two together.
You've sure got an extremely lively imagination.
So what do you think she's going to say next?
That we need evidence.
But do you have any evidence?
It appears that it's quite easy to predict what you'll think or say. Then if we apply that to this case, we can also think of a few places to look for incriminating evidence. You know very well that this case will not end until Pierre is found. So you will have him commit suicide out of fear and shame to end the investigation for good. That way, you can also pin the blame for the overseas smuggling activities, the theft of the harbor's confiscated raw materials, and even the Lefebvre name on him. After all, dead men tell no tales. But you still want it to appear as if he had sent that last letter to Bernard.
Okay, I have the motive now. Was the motive to get rid of her name? Like letting the world believe that this guy was like the child that escaped? Like letting them die and like her finally having like a confirmed new identity that couldn't be traced back?
To do that, you either will hide his body and
that's a very convoluted way to get there then though.
Suicide scene, or you'll dump it someplace where it'll be hard to determine the exact time of death. Submerged in water, for instance. The location would ideally allow you to keep the body hidden for some time while also letting you keep an eye on it.
Probably in the harbor then, right? It would make sense.
There are only so many options to hide a person's time of death after all. As long as the Phantom investigates each of the possibilities in turn, they'll surely find Pierre's remains. Especially since, as the prime suspect who will now be taken into custody, you will no longer have the time to move him, or set up a fake suicide scene to cover up the murder.
How absurd. And on what grounds will you order my arrest? Don't think for a second that your spouts of nonsense will amount to any kind of real argument. After all, I'm
Elodie Lefebvre, as the captain of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol,
we got friends.
I hereby declare you as a suspect in the case. If you have any objections, you may raise them later during interrogation.
That's right. We received a message from Lumiduce Harbor that you were going to investigate the Humane Society. We didn't expect to run into you at such a critical moment.
While at the harbor, we noticed something else extremely interesting. Apparently, you often used all kinds of excuses to swap your shifts.
Yeah, that is sus. This is a weird hangout. It feels like a character with. Yeah, I was going to say that already, like in the middle of this hangout. It doesn't feel like a hangout. Most hangouts are like pretty chill, like kind of get together with the person and have a nice time. This one is more serious and stuff. I mean, maybe it's fitting because it's Lynette and she wouldn't enjoy the calm get together anyway, so I don't know.
And if one were to match the times of your shifts to the activities of the Humane Society and those of certain foreign ships, they'd find them to be an exact match.
That's just a coincidence.
Yes, I'm sure you have already thought of a dozen different ways to explain away the suspicious activities. But as far as evidence goes, that should be enough to warrant taking you into custody.
Don't worry. If it turns out that the guards are still unable
Often we learn the personality during mundane stuff.
Ned and I will do everything in our power
yeah,
to clear your name.
It's like more story driven here and less like Lynette based. But maybe it's because I picked the pathway that kind of leads away from her having to face her fears and responsibilities, and therefore I triggered the path that like this one. It reveals a little bit about her backstory, like the kidnapping and everything. Not much, but like a tiny tinge. Like we're dipping the toes in. So maybe this is different. Maybe the other ones are gonna be more calm and casual. Maybe I just accidentally hit the murder plot scene and everything.
Although judging by her reaction, I assume no follow-up from us will be needed.
Cause yeah, we definitely she killed a guy, so this is definitely counted as a murder case too. Let me guess. Is my guess on the motive now correct or not?
The were infamous for using disguise and infiltration to achieve their goals. Who would have thought that they would have planted someone within the guards?
Judging from the timeline, they likely arranged for you to enter the guards before the fall of the clan. But they probably didn't expect you to turn it to your advantage and use your job to save yourself during the purge.
Not only that, but you actively participated in the interrogation, arrest, and judgment of the Lefebvres during their fall, thus clearing yourself of suspicion. You brutally and cruelly abandoned your allies as soon as they outlived their usefulness. Just like
that's
a lizard
pretty cool.
cutting off its own tail in order to live. You've been doing this for years.
So you played me like a fool after all?
Knocked out of my sight. We were right next to him. What the heck happened?
What was that word you used? Ally? You think that someone as foolish as him is worthy to call himself my ally?
I thought she's arrested. Where the heck are the handcuffs here?
They were worthless scum. All of them. Not just Bernard and Pierre, but those Lefebvres too. They always just saw me as a tool. I lost all my chances of a normal life just because I was born into their lot. Not only that, but because they wanted me to become an undercover agent, they stripped me of my name, too. I had to live in constant fear of them while they were alive. And even once they were gone, I had to continue to bury my heritage and my name, always worrying that their enemies would come knocking at the door.
So was this really like a super elaborate setup just to get rid of her name?
Do you know anything about what I've been through over all these years? My life as the last Lefebvre?
Expression seems unnatural. Oh, my senses are tingling. Maybe she cray. Or she's trying to distract us.
I don't, and neither do I care.
Are you for real? Aren't you a Lefebvre victim too?
I don't know, nor do I care. Yeah, who asked? Always the people being dramatic here.
Elodie, you're the only one still living under the shadow of a name.
That's enough. Keep your hands where I can see them and do not resist arrest. If you have more to say, save it for the interrogation room.
What a joke. What a joke. Hey!
Hey! Pause. Button. Click. No.
Don't come any closer.
What's that?
Know what this is? I've secretly planted loads of explosives in the Humane Society. Just one step closer, and whether they're cats, dogs, or just unlucky human employees, they'll all be blown up into smithereens.
This would be a very good moment to use our supernatural speed to, like, brush that thing out of her hand or something.
Surely, you bunch of goody two-shoes.
Shoot that. Yeah, exactly. Right? Oh, great. Now I have checks against it. Are you shitting me? Intimidation. Persuasion. Persuasion will not help on her. She cray. Launch a sneak attack while she's distracted. I mean, who's the one distracting? We could do a stealth check, I'm guessing. Deception. Deception's also good. Intimidation is also a nice option. I'm not going with persuasion. Persuasion stinks. Travel sucks. Yeah, I'm forgetting that's not me, that's a traveler. A traveler is about as sneaky as a rhinoceros or something, I don't know. Persuasion will not help because she cray. So either I would pick that, but intimidation doesn't sound like enough. It sounds like I would just ask to shoot. Should we go with deception? Maybe he can, like, make her control disappear. Like, look what I got here. Now it's mine. Let's try that. And fail horribly, because I will not get a good throw. That's 15. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. What did it click? Did it click? Oh, it didn't click. Thank God Lenny has a high modifier. That would have gone awry. Easy. That's what you say. Trust. Trust in Lenny restored.
I understand how you feel. Like you, we are also victims of the Lefebvre clan. But if you were to endanger innocence now for your own gain, the public anger towards the Lefebvres would only rise to a boiling point, and the families of the new victims would be dead set on exacting revenge on you.
And what of it?
I'll be your hostage, Elodie.
What?
Thanks for your concern, Traveler. But we need to end all of the hate and violence arising from this clan once and for all.
He's up to something.
I'll raise my hands and come over slowly. I promise that I'm completely unarmed.
I don't need any arms to deal with her.
Don't think for a second you can pull fast one on me.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Just keep your eyes on me. Don't look away.
We did the stealth after all, but we did it combined.
Phew. So I was right after all. It's easier to deal with the person causing the problem than the problem itself. This is it. Looks like it's just a toy.
Yeah, it was a bluff.
Guess that's probably why she suddenly flipped and knocked out Bernard. He probably knew that there were no explosives at the society.
That could have given us the hint, right?
Well, given that she never even showed her face to Bernard and Pierre, I had my doubts that she'd have gone to the society in person to plant explosives.
Thank you for your help, everyone. I'll take
Could have
you
been
back
a
to
fourth
Zero
person,
Question
though.
and
Actually,
find
no.
someone better to take over the Humane Society. I might need a few statements from everybody. Would you be able to come with me?
If statements are all you need, can Lenny provide them on my behalf? I still need to go back and explain some things to the crew. I also had an appointment with the Traveler before we got interrupted.
Why am I... You're using me as an excuse. Clever, but also... What the heck? Contemplation, and what did she say again? What the heck is this option supposed to mean? Contemplation, and what did she say again? Like, what the heck? Like, is this like, I contemplate on what Lynette said? Like, I am trying if I'm remembering or not? This is like, I remember, but at the same time, I'm like making it obvious it's not an important appointment. Which means that Chevers will be a little pissy. Or I'm saying, oh, I forgot. Or at least I'm pretending like I forgot. Which, maybe she's a little like, why did you forget? But also, it doesn't get her to be suspicious. You know. Contemplate as why she's using you as an excuse. Maybe that's the reason. Should I try? It's a random option. So I kind of want to click it just because it is a random option. So I'm thinking it has maybe two ways it could turn out. Also, I don't know what this is gonna mean, so we're gonna press it. This one. Ooh. I rolled a nat 20. This is so weird. It doesn't feel like I'm playing Genshin.
So you do remember. Yes, I invited you to come over to our place. Once I'm done talking with the troupe, I'll make a nice cup of tea and bring Bonnie to wait for you outside of my door.
You could have just pretended it was a really important meeting where we had to discuss plans about certain things. No? Okay. Doesn't care about the looks of this. Recharge your Lynette. Yeah, but first we want to talk to all of these.
You must have spent a record-breaking amount of time in serious mode today. I can't remember the last time I've seen you like this. Is it because of a special someone?
How we're just ignoring that question.
Based on information that we found before, imitation synth was first circulated on a small scale in Fontaine before becoming a large-scale smuggling scheme. I'd assume that the first offerings of imitation synth came from what Pierre made in his early days. But since he was not experienced with running a clandestine operation, he was
They
soon
passed out.
discovered
It's
by
funny. You
guard
mean those
Elodie.
two?
Elodie saw the opportunity to make a great profit in his work, and perhaps even the chance of making a new life for herself, so she decided to cover his tracks. She started writing to him in Bernard's name, using what evidence she had compiled and the promise of enormous profits to blackmail him into cooperating with her. Unfortunately for her, she ran into Lynette. Even though my sister doesn't like to focus too much on a regular day, serious mode Lynette is one of the most perceptive people I've ever known. Still, all of that thinking really saps her energy. I need to go get
No,
some statements on her behalf,
so much
so I'll
thinking.
leave
Need to
the
stop brain
recharging
out
to
of
you.
juice. I can relate. But socializing is way worse. Thinking is not that bad, but socializing, that's where
You
it's
can leave
at.
the rest of this to me. The other guards will be joining me shortly. Don't worry, they won't have another chance to escape. The materials have many other regular uses outside of being used to make imitation synth, so they're not immediately subject to being confiscated or destroyed. The harbor would usually just seize them for some time while the customs paperwork is filled out and approved. If approved, they'd be let through, and if not, they'd be returned to sender. Elodie probably used her position to replace a portion of the shipment with something else before sending the whole shipment back to sender. Given that the foreign merchants who sent in
It definitely feels more like a character quest, I'm telling you.
They likely just never reported the difference in what they sent and what they received. We will, of course, continue to investigate the rest of the details of this case. Now that we've caught Elodie, figuring out the whole scheme should just be a matter of time.
I wonder if they say something different if I pick the first option from them. Like
You
the
can
upper
leave the rest
one.
of this to me. The materials have many other regular.
They don't.
Usually just seek. Given that the foreign
Okay.
merchants will, of course.
The illusion of choice. Can I kick him? Nah. I would like to though.
Too slow.
Stream, we can see if there's a difference. Yeah, I'm not sure. It depends on if I'll play this next stream or if I play it off stream. It kind of depends on how my motivation is. Tonight, before going to bed, if I want to do like another round or something, because technically, from tomorrow I should focus on the Star Rail kind of things, you know?
Truly the best combo for standby mode. Want some?
We should. That's why I wanted to finish this before tomorrow arrives. But I failed miserably. So I don't know. Cute kitty, please. Or two.
I see she's already starting to snuggle up to you. Not at all. Information is indeed very important. But if you were to try to collect every piece of information you come across, your efficiency would actually decrease. Plus, if you just think about it, what sounds more fun? Writing a statement or enjoying a tea party?
Depends on tea. Tea party sounds like socializing. I'd say tea party anyways. I already answered with kitty once.
Great answer. That'd be my pick too. Had we not run into that case, we could have spent the entire day like this. But now, I'm running low on both time and energy.
Perfect, dude. Just about to reach midnight. For you, maybe. Not the midnight, but a long run for me here.
You're right. I can sense it. I'm recharging very quickly at the moment. Something about her rubbed me the wrong way since the very beginning.
A gossip
But
party.
to be more precise,
I don't know.
probably around the time when I saw Bonnie try to get away from her.
I mean, nothing against good fruit tea. Like, just sitting there drinking the tea. But it's the talking with other people that kind of worries me about tea parties.
Elodie tried to get close, but Bonnie deliberately dodged her.
Give me
Maybe
milk
Bonnie
tea and
had tried
leave
to
me
avoid
alone.
her before,
I'm gonna have to
in
admit
case.
I'm not a big fan of milk
Or
tea. I
perhaps
only
Bonnie
drink
just
like
instinctively knew that
just
she wasn't a good person.
plain fruit or herb teas.
Not everyone who likes cats is a good person.
Or
But if cats like you, you're probably alright.
just having like a little bit of lemon in.
Humans tend to overthink things, but cats rely on their instincts, and they're pretty sharp.
Which just would make it more fruity in case of fruit, and in case of herb, it makes it a fruit herb tea? I don't know.
She took a liking to you the moment you met.
Huh? A lot of meowing in this one. Review invitation. Can I do save? Okay, let's see how many things we have here. Okay, so apparently we could have spliced it off here. Ending hints. Oh, there are ending hints now? What is this? Falling into layers of frog. Bernard has been arrested. Oh, so this is where you find out she's actually like a third, and this is when you not find out? So you have to fail a throw or something? I wonder how. And this is... Okay, and these are when you're deciding to do something different. Like, one thing would be I do a totally different thing. One thing would be going actually like to the theater thing, right? Fail the card when confronting her. Yes, I'm guessing that is the case then. It's the ending I saw the first time. But does that mean that all the cards that I lost in the in-between here were actually unimportant? Like, there were throws in here in between that I lost, and these were unimportant. And that also means the decision on how to bring her down, like where you had like these 4 options, were also just different flavor. Yeah, flavor. They also didn't really matter in the long run, right? Because I don't see a splice. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Certainly interesting. I still have time to maybe do like this fork and see how it goes when I fail. But we won't have enough time to do like these 2 parts. But maybe later. It kind of depends on how long that is. Like, let's go in here. I kind of like it. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I'm just... We can't just, like, reload it. But I'm guessing, like, think about if you, like, lost it and you want to have the last ending and you need to win, like, this check for it to actually work out. You know what I mean? Wouldn't that
Now
be
behave
weird?
And follow me to the interrogation room.
Wouldn't that be weird if you just can't make it, like, you try in, like, 10 times and you roll in the wrong thing each and every time? Wouldn't that be a tiny bit weird?
Is everything really over? I still feel like the relationship between Pierre and Bernard is not as simple as it appears.
Maybe a fail-over system would be nice after you played it through on the first time. Like, have a tiny cheat option to give you an option to, like, not do it random. You know what I mean?
Also, I've had this strange sense that something's off the entire time we've been on the case. And it has only gotten worse. No good.
Now she's drained!
I'm really out of energy. Alright, I'll stop thinking about it for now. At the very least, we've made it so that no more animals will suffer like those poor animals did. And that's what I hope. Let's go to the Humane Society and see if there are any animals left that might still need our help before...
Just always meow back to the cat, like you're answering, like, yes. What did you say? Probably I'm saying something extremely weird to them. Like, instead of saying, like, yeah, what do you want? I'm saying, like, hey, do you like to bobble apples into your bath water? Or something like that. And they're like, are you insane? What's up with that person? Okay, so that is like this whole thing. Okay, that is like very short compared to the other one. You call us like... We're saying bad things about their mothers or something. I don't know. My cat has been a bit rusty. I don't know how to speak in cat. That was like super short. Like the shortest path I've ever seen. Yeah, the other paths I'm maybe doing like some other time or something. Because I'm pretty sure like when that one was taking like 1 hour or maybe even 2. That the alternative paths are just as long. Or maybe not. Maybe that is like the one long path and those are just the small paths. I'm not sure. It could be the case. But I'm not sure I want to find out, you know. Because I don't want to like stop in the middle of one. Even though this one looks like it's an ending, right? Because it's ending hints. So this is an end card. After successfully persuading, things have changed. Interesting. That's an that must be a very, very quick ending then. Let's see if we can get that. Because that is like that is not even a pathway. That's like that's just an end.
Quit following me.
But which one is that? Is that the one with the random thing, or is that the one with the please go back?
Was I using it wrong?
Can I now? Isn't there like a skip thing now?
Clearly, there's some design flaws to iron out. Let's see.
Skip. Okay. Apparently there is like the random option. There's the how about you do neither. It's a neither, then we just go home and drink tea with her or something. I think this might be a longer thing. I'll try to do neither.
Huh? What you're saying is, since no
it means we're slouching off.
I can just keep hanging out with Bonnie for a bit longer? Is that really okay?
I mean, nobody complaining so far. Except Bonnie, maybe. Persuasion check. See, that's what I mean. I'm pretty sure this leads to this ending card. Question is, will I be able to get this throw? And I can already load, basically.
Maybe not. Besides, if someone does come looking for me or Bonnie and finds me just chilling out with a cat, I feel like I'd have a lot of explaining to do.
Dang it. I'll do this because I already did this, so I can click skip and then reload.
So we're looking for Bonnie's...
I'm hoping this helps. Now we have to go... Abandon? Then here? Then go back here, continue. But this... See, this is what I mean by this could get annoying depending on your luck. It kind of depends.
Clearly, there's some design flaws to iron out. Let's see.
Let's see. Clearly, there's design flaws to iron out. Yes, exactly what I said.
What you're saying is that really a...
Meow. Nice. Okay, now we got it.
You make a good point. Okay, well, assuming Bonnie hasn't strayed too far from where she went missing, there's a chance we might bump into her owner in either the Steambird offices or the restaurant. So, stick around here in standby mode? Yeah, that suits me. Oh, good idea. Bonnie's definitely hungry. May as well. We could be here a while.
Let's find a place to chill.
When I was trying to find somewhere I could space out earlier, collect my thoughts, I figured the cafe might be a good shot. Alright then. Plan of action, spend the whole day spacing out.
Do nothing, ending achieved.
In standby mode.
Why I got the feeling that all endings are like super short, except the one thing that I've done. I mean, is that a coincidence? Now I wonder how long this one is. Since without this one being a longer path, this wouldn't be a choice thing. This would just be a long thing with like 2 tiny failure paths. One is success path and 1 failure path, right? So I'm guessing this one at the very least has to be like 20 minutes. That's Hangouts for you. I mean, I remember other Hangouts that were at least like even in like the distribution of their pathways. Since I'm still having a few minutes, I'm starting this path. I just can't help it. I hope I'm not regretty. I probably will.
I didn't like that.
But otherwise I'll have to do it later, so...
It wrong? Maybe if I just...
Okay, yeah, we can skip that part. We heard that.
Back to the drinks reception. Nope, I said it was your decision. I'm not.
I mean, honestly, there isn't really much to do there, right? Like, quest-wise. So maybe this is the part where the actual chilly hangout is.
Besides, the drinks reception is technically part of the job as an official publicity event. So, if I bail on it, I might get sued for breach of contract, and that would be a huge pain in the butt. One other thing. Do you want to come with me? If you're free, I mean. Thanks.
Yay, shared pain and stuff. Into the hotel.
Too slow.
Let's see how this one checks out. But maybe something happens actually at this, reception.
There you are, Lynette. Where did you disappear to? Leone and I have been looking everywhere for you. Wait, where did you get the cat?
Help, I'm seeing double. Yeah, by the way.
I found her outside. Do either of you happen to recognize her?
I don't think so. Could belong to one of the guests, I suppose.
Fair
It's
enough.
short.
That was a long shot.
So sorry we couldn't help you, Lynette.
Don't worry. We'll ask around for you. Leone's probably just being forgetful.
Maybe you could leave her with us. We'll take her to the reception desk and see if they know anything. And if not, we'll just keep looking.
Sure. I would help, but I'm a little preoccupied.
The
Sorry
twins
to
have voice.
disappoint you.
I think in Hangouts, like, everybody has a voice. Or was it everything... anywhere of importance to the cutscene that wasn't voiced in a Hangout?
It's no trouble at all. We're happy to help however we can.
Also, if it's no trouble, I mean, could we maybe get an autograph? And maybe a photo too?
Leone, you can't spring that on her now. Not while she's working. At least wait until the event's finished. One last thing, Lynette. Director Mary is looking for you. We'll take the cat to the front desk now. See you later.
I'm not usually required at these kinds of events, so I
Good
don't
point,
even
yeah.
have an event mode. All right, guess I'd better
Guess-
go see the director.
Guess it's time to develop one. Improvising.
Spectacular choreography, a masterpiece of mise en scène, and the performance. Oh my, groundbreaking.
I have no idea what that man is talking about.
My congratulations on another magnificent show, sir.
Like, are all of these like talking that weirdly?
Yes, I for one was
Can you talk normal to
captivated
me?
by the clearly allegorical narrative undertones. The Lost Puppet shines a spotlight on the impact of technological advances in our modern society, particularly as they relate to changing modes
Alright,
of
people.
emotional
Yeah,
expression
like, can
and the
you speak
challenge of
plainly?
mutual interactability. Such a pioneering
Gotta
work,
sound pompous.
so
Yeah, they
far
must
ahead of
always
its
sound
time,
like they're a
and
best
to the
class, like they're
force of
higher than everybody
avant-garde
else.
theater.
I can already see the headlines of
It's like a
tomorrow's newspapers.
self-patting on the head, like, oh, I'm so good for being a well-informed, art-loving person.
But it was a group effort, of course. To convey emotions in a silent show with no facial expressions, the entire cast had to go above and beyond. Everyone truly outdid themselves.
Speaking of the cast, Jillian, another strong performance from you in director Mariu's latest show, as of course we've all come to expect from your numerous successful collaborations to date.
That's quite an overstatement. I've only ever played supporting roles.
On that point, you stated a few months ago in an interview that you were looking
God,
to
I can't
secure a
even
leading
listen to
role
this.
in your next show. What led you to the decision to stay in a supporting role this time around?
Why are you harassing the poor girl?
We had a discussion about this, and while Lynette hadn't previously performed in an acting role, we were blown away by her talent, and she was a perfect fit for this character. Quite simply, this was the role she was born to play.
Exactly. I was honored to share the stage with her. Lynette worked extremely hard in all of the rehearsals, and she's an incredibly talented actress.
Oh, Lynette's back!
Hey, Lynette, where have you been?
Oh my god. She wants to disappear
Are you in
now.
standby mode? Some reports say you switched that state to recharge after a show.
Ah, method acting, of course. Such a compelling portrayal of a mechanical puppet could only be achieved by an actor who lives and breathes their role even while off stage.
Those seemingly stilted movements were in fact an inspired portrayal of the character. The ostensibly bad acting, in reality, was the product of supreme acting skill.
Oh, I went outside and there was this cat there, so I played with the cat for a bit.
A cat? We've long
Oh,
heard
God.
you're a kind soul, as well as an incredible
These guys, you
actor.
can't even,
No
like,
wonder your
listen
debut
to them.
performance has garnered such popularity.
This show looks on track to break box office records for avant-garde theater. Lynette, any words for the fans?
Not really, no.
I believe Lynette.
No, I have no words. I have nothing to say. Yeah, I can relate to that. That happens all the time.
True means of connecting with their fans.
That reminds me of that one time where like a paper wanted something of me. They wanted like a statement. And I was like, I have no idea what to say. What do you want from me?
Oh, I see. Lynette, any comments?
My comment is no comment.
Mm-hmm. Right, exactly.
But don't you want the fans to know how you're feeling right now after the hugely successful opening of your first ever show?
That's true.
I'm sure the fans would love to learn a bit more about you too.
How interesting.
Oh no. Oh no. Why couldn't it be just a nice scene? Why does it have to be like win or throw? Thank God I did win. Let me guess, it forks here if you lose it.
Oh, really? I'm so sorry. How rude of me.
Huh? Wait, you're the traveler who's been in the news. Did you come to see the show?
We need to take the front stage to save Lynette from having to answer any more questions. We're gonna make ourselves important now.
Wow, are you a fan of Lynette too? Do you have any comments on her first performance?
Yeah, I have lots of comments. I didn't even see it.
Yeah, it's just... Turns out, even with you here to share the load, I can't cope with this stuff, even in Tea Party mode. It's a power-saving mode for participating in conversation at tea parties. Normally, I can get through an entire conversation
With just, yes, interesting.
Oh, that's true. And how interesting.
Don't even listen, just give a random comment.
But
Can be dangerous thing to do, by the way.
Subjected to a constant stream of questions.
You have to trust the people you're at the tea party with for that.
Was 3 times as much as the average tea party.
Because with random strangers, when they're like, how's the weather today? You like it? You're like, yes, yeah, interesting. But the next thing they'll go like, say something racist or I don't know, say something very, very inappropriate. And you're like, oh, yes, yeah, I agree full-heartedly, And then you're having a problem. Just saying. Listening is important.
I think I'd rather pray that I never have to do it again.
Lynette, Director Mariu would like you to join the group photo to commemorate the successful opening of the show.
And here, more burdens.
A group photo?
It's just the members of the troupe, along with Maloney and Corentin. Everyone's waiting for you.
And that's the reason I'll never go show my face ever on stream. That way you never have to be on any photos. You never have to actually show your face or be recognized in public. Even though that's not a concern for me, looking at my numbers. But you know what I mean. Like, just in general, it is way safer, future-proofed, trouble-free.
Alright then. See you in a minute.
Because I already guessing, I would have way more troubles
3,
otherwise.
2, 1, smile.
For example, I have harassers in chat. Even though they pop out of nowhere without any reason anyways.
Help in making the Lost Puppet a success. The group photo is already being printed as I speak.
Not even taken and already
You can collect
printed.
your copy from the first floor after the drinks reception concludes. May it serve as a reminder of this fabulous performance every time you see it.
Mariu! Get over here. Let's have another drink. There's a few things I need you to glance over for me.
I thought the group photo was the final hurdle. Well, at least there's no more people hounding me with questions. I just need to find somewhere to switch to standby mode. And the time
Just
will
take a
fly
drink
by.
and look like you're busy talking with me or something. Oops, did I just skip? Go to the second floor.
Too slow.
I thought the dialogue was through. My bad. Yeah, so much for finding a quiet corner.
Bour's île flottante is as wonderfully sweet as ever.
Traveler? Lynette? Oh, wait, hold on. What do you mean, managed to get an invite? I'm an expert in the dramatic arts. Of course I was invited. Naturally, people wanted to hear my comments on the emerging art form that is the masked mime show. Remarkable, and a very worthwhile artistic endeavor. Exploring
Maybe?
a character with no lines or facial expressions who can only
Wait, let me-
communicate how they feel through their movement.
You know what I'm thinking? Like, it's all nice to see these characters and all, but Hangouts before have been like centralized around the character that you're like having to hang out with. Nowadays it's just like, how many 5 stars can we press into a hangout, and the main character like is shoved to the side somehow a little bit.
Your performance was beyond anything I could
I
have
don't know.
imagined, Lynette. Clearly this was a very suitable role for you indeed.
Of course, it's a good way for people that like the 5-star characters to have them like on screen and in a repeatable way, because normal quests, like, you can't repeat them. This you can, like, replay as often as you like. So you seem to hear a sound. I heard it click. We'll learn about her relationship with others. Yeah, it just seemed that way on like some of them. You know what I mean? Cause it's not that I dislike this. It's like, for me, a hangout was like this thing that they implemented to have like these characters and have like a personal, like, how it says, hang out with them. And story quests are for like telling a new story, like a part or a evolve of the character, or like a backstory of the character. And of course this would like need two things for me, like more story quests, or story quests at all, for like 4-star characters, and hangouts for also 5-star characters. You know what I mean? Because at the moment they're trying to, like, I don't know how to put it, to merge these, weirdly enough. And then what's the difference again? Except these are like for the 4 stars. I don't know. You know what I want to say.
Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing. Please go on.
Oh, basically, I think I'd give it a positive review overall, just not as gushing as the crowd downstairs.
So, you thought they were pretty over the top too?
In fairness, it's normal to bring along some vocal supporters for publicity when a new show opens, but still, this was something else. Then again, I'm no specialist in avant-garde theater. Maybe I'm just not well acquainted with their review criteria. Or maybe it's because I came to the show with some preconceived expectations. I did happen to see the original draft of Maryu's script a while back.
What original draft?
Oh? He didn't show it
Was changed?
It must have been a few months ago. He wanted to get some advice from an experienced performer's perspective, and then asked if I could write a few reviews of his new play. I had a lot on my plate at the time, so I had to turn him down. I only skimmed a few sections, but they seemed quite different from the final version.
I got the feeling they were specifically rewritten so she could play the main role, so she would be busy and not in the investigation.
I don't know. The protagonist just seemed more complex, I guess. Especially in the last 2 scenes. Still a mechanical puppet on the outside, of course, but she seemed to have more emotional depth on the inside.
Emotional depth?
Oh, I'm just thinking aloud here. Don't take it
They dumbed it out.
Besides, a script and a play
Don't say it like that. You'll hurt her feelings.
There are so many fine details to consider when turning a story into a stage production. More than most people could imagine. Especially with a novel art form like a masked mime show. I'm sure Maryu had his reasons for the changes he made.
Thick skin mode will save her. I wish I had that. I'm always like super sensitive to what people say.
I see you've escaped the crowds to seek refuge on the 2nd floor. Fame can be overwhelming at first, can't it? Perhaps you'd benefit from hearing about the experiences of a veteran celebrity such as myself.
No thanks, I'm good.
Nah, I don't want to listen to this.
First and last time in this situation.
She's honest but not rude, blunt.
Hey, at least let me finish. I have top tips on dealing with belligerent reporters, slipping away to hunt down snacks during the intermission.
Tell me everything.
Suddenly interest was provoked.
First, take a seat, mon ami. We must partake of Hotel de Boer's fine desserts as we talk, lest they go to waste.
Now I'm getting hungry, thank you.
Educational. I expect most of the people downstairs have left by now. Time to grab my copy of the group photo and get home.
No, the direct approach. Give photo.
The
Let me
photo
leave.
must be in this envelope right here. It's finally over. Thank you for sticking around for so long. If it wasn't for you, I don't know how I would have standby moded my way through the last few hours. It's fine. It's just... It was such a minor thing. While I was on stage, there was a moment when I felt like someone was looking at me. It was only for an instant, and I didn't even see who it was. But somehow, I knew it was a look of contempt.
The spider senses of contempt were tingling.
I got a vague sense of it again during the reception. Like someone was giving me an evil stare. But I couldn't figure out who it was. Normally, I'm used to lurking in the shadows on the stage and spying on other people. So, it was strange, feeling like I was the one being spied on this time.
Did it have to do with the original script? Maybe it's having to do with the other actress not getting the main role. I'm not sure.
Or someone just took a disliking to me for no real reason. Sometimes you can like one person and dislike another for equally pointless reasons. Anyway, it was just a momentary stink eye, that's all. Nothing for you to worry about. Okay, problem solved. I'm gonna take this envelope and go home now.
I mean, as long as nobody was doing anything, I think everybody has the right to look at somebody jealous or stinky or unliking. Yeah, so much for not acting on it. Yeah.
You have destroyed this work of art. Step down from the leading role at once. Based on the tone, I'd say threat letter is right.
Yeah, this is more than this. We did hear a noise, right? I mean, who would have a motive for her stepping down? The other actress would? But that would be a little too on the nose, right?
I don't think we're gonna find any more clues here. Yes, let's. Whatever destroyed means, it could have something to do with the original script that Farina mentioned. Also, I'm gonna have to ask you to stick around a while longer.
I had to open this path now, didn't I?
I can't believe how well the whole Lynette's debut acting role thing worked out. Even the avant-garde box office is laughing.
Why is the audio so finicky? It's like loud, quiet, loud, quiet. Like, huh? Is that only on my side?
How could I ever have doubted you? If you hadn't stuck to your guns and kept sending those invitations, this opportunity would have passed us by.
See?
What's that
I
way for
told
me?
you, all the time she'd refused in the past were all the more reason to keep inviting her, because it turns into a big talking point. Can you imagine if you'd gone with Jillian? You'd have been lucky to get half the ticket sales you've ended up with.
True. Well, Jillian still needs to get a few more productions under her belt.
He seemed very sad about that.
If it isn't the star.
And he seemed startled.
We were just talking about you. Oh, and is that the legendary traveler with you? I'm guessing you're here to discuss the show with the director? Oh, you're a talented and hardworking actress, Lynette. It's no wonder you're getting such rave review. I'll leave you artists to discuss your work in peace. Mariyu, make sure you give your star performer and her friend your full attention.
I certainly will. Lynette carries the fortunes of our entire troupe on her shoulders.
Mr. Maloney. An investor or something, I think. I've never asked him.
Also the one that kinda suggested inviting her over and over.
What
I'm
can
guessing.
I do for the two of you? I'm afraid I'll have to dash soon as I'm meeting some friends from the newspaper. Otherwise, I'd love to stay longer.
He was very surprised by us coming here. Almost startled. That kinda sus.
We heard that the original script for The Lost Puppet was quite different from the final show. I'm kind of curious to know what the protagonist was like in that version.
Oh, well, this is a surprise. I didn't think you'd be interested in that.
He's hiding
sort of
something.
thing.
I'm thinking he wanted the other one, but he had to take her for like higher success, higher money. But now he's unhappy.
It's not uncommon for scripts to undergo major changes as they're being brought to the stage. But I'm afraid there's not much to tell you in this case. The protagonist has stayed the same from the beginning to end.
Maybe the investor said he wouldn't invest into this play if the other actor was taken as a lead role.
A mechanical puppet with a bumbling body but a sensitive soul. A stranger in time who doesn't belong. There's no doubt about it. You are the protagonist, and the protagonist is you. The success of one is the success of the other, and that's what made this show an artistic triumph.
Sorry, you've lost me. Can you put it in plain words?
All right, then. Delving deep in the search of core truths is the job of an artist, after all. You shouldn't give your attention to early drafts of the script, Lynette. All it would do is sow confusion where you already have clarity. The current script is the final version because it is the best version, and your performance best brings that script to life. Why, if it weren't for you, I doubt any audience would give our show the time of day.
And he might have not been happy with this fact.
What letter? Oh my goodness! Destroyed this work of art? Really?
Well, Director Mario,
that reaction seems a little...
Any idea who might have written it?
Failed, like I don't know. Like a failed acting. A little over the top, but not really genuine.
No. Who on earth would write such nonsense? Absolutely not. Without Lynette, this show would be over. Everyone's hard work would go to waste. No, there's no way that this is someone from the troupe.
So it definitely is one from the troupe.
Yeah, maybe Jillian could fill in for me for a while.
What? No way, out of the question. The protagonist has to be played by Lynette. Jillian can't... She's just not what the audience is looking for.
Did she just test if she would if he would instantly like jump on the I give up train?
Huh? I've got it. It's a competitor. Yes, this letter must be from a competitor of ours who's trying to get under Lynette's skin. You can't lie low. That's just what they want you to do. The moment you step back from performing, they'll put their rumor mill into overdrive and drag us through the mud. They're just waiting for their chance to kick us while we're down.
A competitor? Really?
Definitely. Those lowlifes, slander and libel are all their specialties. They drown out the truth with a flood of misinformation, and they stop at nothing once they get riled up. Oh, there's so many of them out there. Fame always seems to attract haters, no matter what you do to try and keep everyone happy. But don't worry, I will get to the bottom of this.
Nice mouth tracking. What do you mean mouth tracking? What? I was doing nothing.
Stay strong.
What do you mean I'm
Keep up the
quiet?
good work
I'm
on
just
stage.
thinking.
I have to go and meet my friends
Not
from
me.
the newspapers now, but rest assured,
Game?
I'll be discussing countermeasures with them.
Oh yeah, that's because the lip sync is made, I think, for the original tone of the game, not for the English version.
So, a competitor, huh?
And it doesn't always match, especially if things are like way shorter in one language than the other.
I kinda doubt it.
I am kind of not happy about these systems. There are like systems in place that take the actual spoken sentences and like lip sync according to what it hears, but it has to be calculated like live or pre-calculated per language. Both are like possible, and I think they just don't want that extra data to have to be saved. Which is a shame, actually, if you ask me. That would be the way better system. But, I mean, I guess it's for them to decide.
But at the moment, I don't think anyone's got a reason to do any of that stuff. Let alone pull a stunt like this. A threat letter is quite extreme. Besides, when I felt that evil stare, I'm pretty sure it was coming from somewhere backstage. So that rules out a lot of people. I'm actually more concerned.
That actually means
about
it must be somebody from the troop.
When I mentioned Jillian, his reaction was pretty unusual.
You think they have something like on a personal level?
Especially since Maloney mentioned that the initial plan was to cast Jillian as the lead. Sounds like there was an original protagonist as well as an original script. I should probably go talk to her. Yep. She told me she lives in the Flow of Sandra.
Interesting. If she's willing to actually like talk to us about it. Because it could be that she doesn't want to talk. Like, tiny little bit pissy, I don't know. The jealousy got the better of her. We'll find out. How do I get in there? I forget all the time. I'll just follow the line because I'm dumb. Maybe it's not her, but someone closer. I was thinking maybe the director. But then his response to like immediately suggesting that she can play the role and then Lynette will like step down for a bit was too not going on it, you know what I mean? Near the coffee place. Oh! Near the coffee place.
Too slow.
Hello.
The wind rises.
Da da da.
Too slow.
Kari Jello's female performer is tiring as a trope. I mean... It is. Wing. I kinda have to agree. That would be the boring answer. And that's why I'm thinking it must be somebody else. Not because it's not realistic, but because it would be the
waterway here is too narrow.
the too on the nose answer.
Lynette? What are you doing? You're not welcome here.
I've been to the Flow of Sandra plenty of times before. This is the first I'm hearing about me not being welcome.
Things are different around here. You might be used to a crowd of bootlicking morons fawning over you wherever you go, but not down here. We know what you are.
Bootlicking morons? I don't know.
Okay, it must be one of them.
Gina, stop that! Go home now!
Jillian!
I'm guessing it's her then. Like, my
No,
friend.
How many times do I have to tell you? That
You're
had
not
nothing
getting
to do
the
with
role.
Lynette. If you don't leave right now, I swear I'll never invite you to one of my shows ever again.
Jillian! Just because Lady Farina speaks highly of you, it doesn't mean you're all that.
I'm so sorry. Gina's always been a strong-willed child. That's why I never let her visit me at work.
It's okay. I have younger siblings too, so I get it. She's in her rebellious phase, huh? If you let angsty kids get you riled up, they'll drain all your energy. So don't worry, I won't let it get to me.
Well, the situation's a little different in this case.
She seems very nice so far, but could be a facade.
So, what brings you to the Flu of Sandra?
We definitely seen before when like she was interviewed that she was very depressed over the fact that she wasn't taken as lead role, but that can mean a lot of things. Doesn't mean that she was the culprit. But motive would be there. I'm just saying.
We heard about it from Maloney.
She's an actor. Yeah.
Originally supposed to play the lead.
Maloney, huh? Of course he couldn't keep his mouth shut. I'm sorry. I never mentioned it because Director Mariu was very clear that I mustn't let any of it affect you. What's this?
Panic.
I don't know,
Maybe.
something like this.
Okay, two things. Maybe she's like, oh, I never seen this before. Oh God, what does this mean? But maybe she recognized the handwriting. You know what I mean? She's the only one that would recognize the handwriting, right?
Don't be scared, Jillian. Just tell us what you know.
It could be.
Okay, I'll try. It's true. I was originally cast as the lead in The Lost Puppet. I've worked with director Mariu many times before, but only in minor roles. The audiences and critics never had much to say about me. Nothing terrible, but nothing amazing either.
I can kind of feel that from a personal standpoint.
Mariu started working on a new show, so I plucked up the courage to ask him if I could take the leading role. He was hesitant, but he agreed to let me try for the part. We did a few rehearsals, everything seemed to be going okay, but that...
There's been a change of plan, Jillian. The leading role
probably because he was worried it wouldn't be lucrative or something.
by Lynette.
Lynette? But she always turns these things down, doesn't she?
And that's why we cannot afford to waste this opportunity.
He sounds evil.
Jillian,
More money obsessed, I'm
I
guessing.
understand how you must be feeling. But Maloney and myself have to do what's best for the production as a whole. Next time, the lead will be yours. I promise.
Calling it now, he said that already about 20 times.
I was incredibly disappointed at first, but I also know full well that I don't have Lynette's star power. Without Lynette, how could we ever convince people to pay money to go and see a masked mime show? And if the show was a flop with me in the leading role, how would I answer to the director and the rest of the cast? Then, I got to meet you on stage and found that you're really down to earth, in a way that not many celebrities are. You were kind to everyone, and your performance wasn't bad. Whatever disappointment I had left at that point, I certainly wasn't about to take it out on you.
By wasn't bad.
Hey, about how you doing?
Wasn't great either. So, I'm guessing Mariu changed the script to simplify the protagonist, make her a dumbed-down version of the mechanical puppet that I could actually play.
God, that must sting.
You did make some changes to the script, yes?
I got the feeling that she may not be the culprit. She seems too honest. Of course, it could be all an act. But...
Jaik, one of the other actors. He likes to collect Dr. Mariu's old drafts because he hopes to be a director himself one day. He also lives nearby. I can arrange for you to meet him at the tavern.
Makes sense. I always see him talking to Mariu. Alright, see you at the tavern then.
But Gina, on the other hand, pissed by proxy or something. That's what I'm saying. Saw her sad, probably, thinking she doesn't deserve this, and Lynette, the evil one, but didn't see all the things like worked out, that Lynette was actually down there and that she didn't care that much anymore because she thought, okay, she deserved the role and something. So she made a plan to like make her give up the role.
Jillian brought me up to speed on the situation. I'm here to help however I can. Here, this is the script you're after. That's always the way with pen and paper drafts.
Feeling lucky
Even the
today.
final script is full of last-minute changes by the
Why?
director.
Is there any indication for it or just a feeling?
There should be a cleaner copy of the original script in here somewhere. Sorry, it's all a bit mixed up. I just grabbed the whole stack of paper since I was in a rush.
No problem. Now activating search mode. I'll go through one page at a time.
God, this is so long. I know! I actually have to do that. I hate this. I hate this so much. And I didn't make this one. Ah. Or director. And I failed my investigation. Went to get mats and got less than I thought. You mean they didn't have them like on stock or something? Yay, I got one. Thank God. This ability to dance. Is that important? Manuscript. Only wrote on the smallest package size. I think they, yeah, I was just gonna say I think they have to, because otherwise you could like, you know, get big package and go back to the usual doctor, get another big package or something. I don't know. But I think now normally like modern things, couldn't you like write that on like the card and like read it out at the other doctor? Have to pay €5 either way. As a how much the medicine costs, or well, that is bullshit then, in my opinion. Then yeah, I agree. You had bad luck, indeed. That is a dumb system. Thank God, by a mere margin. I agree with you. That is a dumb system. I'm thinking it has to do because they are saying like the medicine actually costs like, I don't know, $80 or maybe $90. And insurance says, okay, you only have to pay $5, but we don't care how big the package is. Yeah, that's what I think it doing. It has to do with the insurance thing. No. Oh no. Well, about 50% I got and 50% I didn't.
The protagonist returns to the ruins where she began and performs a dance in honor of her deceased companions. She dances until her joints have rusted stiff and mechanical parts are falling from her body. Yep. That's not something a novice could hope to pull off after just a few months of rehearsals.
So it's technically the same script, just with easier performance. So it's not super duper changed.
Frankly, I think that the original script is much better, and the original lead is the best fit. Jillian, shall I go tell Mariu to put you back in the leading role?
What? Are you serious? But the next show is at the Opera Epiclese. It's such a huge opportunity.
But not such a rare one for me, though, right?
You're hanging out with Lynette. I hanging out with Lynette and playing D&D at the same time. It's complicated.
That's different. This isn't you as part of a magic duo. It's a chance to star as the main character in a show. You'll reach whole new heights of fame.
Fame in small doses has its perks, but too much and I'll get overloaded. But if you play the lead, the fame will be yours, and I get to be free. Sounds like a win-win, don't you?
Yeah, I definitely started with the longest ending. It never ended.
It'll never work. There's no way Director Mariu or Maloney would ever agree to it. The set for Act 4 would need to change, as would all the marketing materials. And that would mean asking Maloney for a lot more Mora. Changing actors at the last minute is just too risky. If anything went wrong, it could bankrupt.
How many endings we still have to do? I'm guessing this one maybe another you fail one throw thingy. I don't know.
Maloney's friends have already published.
If it's too long, we might have to like
Lynette was born to play. No one else
cut off early.
If Lynette quit the show and I took her place, if Lynette left, they'd sooner stop the whole show than let me take her place.
Stop the whole show? But all the people in the troupe, months and months of everyone's hard work would all be for nothing.
Contemplation's there another way. And here is where it gets juicy again. I swear. Okay, we'll find out the failing first.
Consent, huh? Then how about we don't ask him?
We're just sneakily. No.
That way, he'll be forced to make a choice.
Failing, what's that? Remember when you were wanting to play a Hangout, but instead you loaded up a session of D&D? That's what's happening. Instead of like making a choice, you have to like throw a dice. Basically, if you can make that choice, which in my opinion is a little shitty if you want to get a certain ending. Because you have to play like 5 or more times if you're unlucky to get what you want.
You know, it's a little crazy.
Yeah,
It might actually work.
It's a nice idea. Especially for like a first playthrough, but to get all the endings, I think it's a little time consuming.
No way. It's not worth taking such a huge risk just for a chance to be in the spotlight.
I kind of don't like it when like randomness is dictating what I am getting as an ending for things.
Jillian, you said before, whatever disappointment I had left, I wasn't about to take out on you.
I like my choices to be the things that matter, not my luck.
That disappointment is still there, but you've kept it bottled up inside. Be honest. You still hope to play the leading role, don't you?
Yeah, we heard that, definitely. She did.
But the thought of putting so many people out just for my sake?
You think they'd be put out? That's not how I see it.
Jillian, you were more dedicated than anyone during the rehearsals for the original script. We all saw how hard you worked for this role. And I think you know that unless we decide to make a stand here, the path we're on is only going to take us further and further from our dreams. All of us. So take it from me. You would not be putting us out. Not one bit.
You guys... Okay. Let's do it. I will play my part.
I wonder if the director will be...
I knew you'd come around.
Happy with
I'll
this.
let the rest of the troupe know. And
Depends on if it's a success or not, I'm guessing.
Wonderful. This solves everything.
Wait, but what about the threat letter? Do you have any idea who sent it?
As long as we stick to the plan, I'll give up the lead role, so it won't matter anymore, right?
Wait, but that doesn't mean I do not ever get the answer to this.
But surely you will
well,
know
I'm gonna
what's
have to do
wrong.
the other one.
If they're out there and no one's keeping an eye on them.
What if they come looking for you?
I doubt they will. It's supposed to be a threat, but they didn't even say what would happen if I don't meet their demands. Plus, the handwriting is kinda childish. Doesn't look like a professional intimidator to me.
This kind of proves who it is, doesn't it?
Who knows? Maybe it was just a fan of yours having a moment.
A fan? Of me?
Maybe there's someone out there who really appreciates your talent. Even in the supporting roles.
Oh, please let me win this. No! The fail run is on!
It's getting late. We should be leaving.
I feel so dumb with everything, like, depending on luck. Even though I have a good idea who it might be. You hear a sound. I hear another sound.
I'm such an idiot.
Yeah, I think
Sorry
our
for manhandling
suspicions are confirmed.
You looked like you were seconds away from figuring out who sent the letter, so I had to act fast. It was Gina, Jillian's sister.
I know, but my failed check wasn't on me.
Just because Lady Farina speaks highly of you, it doesn't mean you're all that.
I'm so sorry. Gina's always been a strong-willed child. That's why I never let her visit me at work.
I guess she must have snuck into the drinks reception and overheard our conversation with Farina.
That's why I heard the first sound there.
She idolizes Jillian, both as an older sister and an actress. And she watched as the dream role Jillian had been waiting to play for so long got snatched away from her by some amateur who's never acted before. To make matters worse, all the critics were hailing this amateur as a perfect fit for the role. And even Fontaine's former biggest star was praising her abilities.
So she made a dumb decision instantly and wrote the letter.
Yeah, that pretty much sums it up. Like I said, getting angry at angsty teenagers is draining. Besides, if it was my younger brother or sister and they found out I'd been treated unfairly or had an opportunity stolen from me, they'd definitely do something far worse.
Let's hope that doesn't happen ever.
I was in Jillian's position once. Back when Linny and I were starting out, before we got famous, we just had to take things a day at a time. Doing our shows, slowly trying to build up our reputation, so I can understand Gina's frustration. Still, she could definitely use some pro tips on how to write a threat letter.
Yeah, and she was the one with the evil stare, like, multiple times.
No, the way she looks at me is indignant, frustrated, but not malicious. Plus, she didn't even try to hide how she felt.
Does that mean that the evil glare maybe was from the director and he was still, like, pissed, even though he couldn't do anything because he didn't want to risk, like, the whole existence, because otherwise the show would flop? He was still angry on the inside.
Whoever was giving me that evil stare was backstage. Blending into the crowd at a drinks reception is one thing, but trying to blend in backstage, where everyone's on high alert waiting to be called on stage, would be a lot more difficult. We'll find out who it is before too long. In 2 days' time, at the next show, I think it will become very clear. On that note, guess I'll see you at the Opera House. Bye for now.
Let me guess, we have a time skip now. Also, I'm losing my voice. Excuse me. Angry on all the sides. Everybody's angry here. We're just a bundle of angriness. Next day, 16. God, I just want this over today. I need to stretch. Give me a second. Okay, I'm better. I've been sitting way too long. Oh no, 2 days later. My bad. More stretching. Get the ending and rest. Is there more ending after this? Nada. What you got? What you got what? Also, yes, I've been hydrating. I'm hydrating more. What did you get? Where the heck am I? Was tapped out. An egg. Just random, just one egg. Because Easter. Oh! A painted egg then.
Following me.
I mean, or was it a chocolate egg? That could also happen. Around this time. In any case, all good options. Okay, let's go listen. A regular one, okay.
Lynette and Jillian are busy getting ready, so please come with me.
An egg with a little bit of salt. Chicken, I hope. I mean, as long as it's edible, doesn't matter.
Is that Lynette? She's so pretty.
It's starting. Keep your voice down.
Of course, we're getting the black screen of doom.
Wow. I thought it would be hard to follow, but in the end, it was actually very clear.
Even though her face was expressionless and she didn't speak the whole time, I felt like I could really understand how the protagonist was feeling.
Da, 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 da. And more black screen of doom. God, it's so much reading.
Director Mariu really is a master of his craft. And so is the actress in the lead role.
I have a friend.
Well,
who
they
saw the
gonna
show
be
on
in for
opening
it.
day. They thought the critics overstated how good it was, but I gotta say, the protagonist is incredible.
I think they'll be in for a surprise. Genshin does play too many D&D campaigns. You mean because of the new, like, system? Maybe.
I can't believe it's only been a few days since the last show. Lynette's improved so much. Just wow. I'm speechless. Words simply cannot do justice to the sheer excellence we witnessed from Lynette on
Yeah, the
stage
still
today.
art was way better.
Your penchant for the hyperbolic strikes again, Almery. Clearly, you weren't at a loss for words when you were writing your article. I saw you hand it to the journalist. Trying to get your critique into the papers the moment the show is over, are you?
Well, you know how it is. The early critics get all the readers. Wouldn't you agree, Mariu?
What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? The first half was a huge success. Even I could tell the acting was top tier.
My apologies, Mr. Maloney. Please excuse me for a second.
I think he figured this out.
Have a little talk with my actors.
Oh, very well. Hey, while you're at it, this might be a good time to talk future collaborations with Lynette.
Awkward. It's not her up there.
Are you guys sure this is gonna work? What if Director Mariu pushes back?
We're already halfway there. We can't back out now. All we need to do is stick to the plan.
What is this plan that you're so intent on hiding from me,
Next up, write own story with Charlotte. That kind of sounds interesting enough.
Director Mariu, I thought you were talking to Maloney and the critics.
Korantan and Armory have both finished their articles. I went to greet them as a mere formality, but you seem to have availed yourselves of my absence during the first half to defy me. What have you done? Was that really Lynette playing the lead role?
We can't hide it anymore now.
Ta-da!
Director Mariu? I was the one playing the lead role just now.
I switched costumes and masks with Jillian so that I could be the protagonist's companion and stay out of the limelight.
Lynette, why on earth would you do this?
You know my acting is amateur. The only reason I'm being seen as a pro.
Don't be a
let alone
shitter.
a pioneer,
I think he's
is
just
because you have
worried
critics
about
supporting the show.
like losing all his money. You know what I mean? He has to like think of the business too, not just on his like personal thoughts on things.
If they'd seen me in the leading role during the first half, they wouldn't be expecting anything more. But what happens now that they've seen Jillian in the role? If you force me to play the lead in the second half, they'll be wondering, why is the actress suddenly giving such an underwhelming performance right at the climax of the whole story?
I'm gonna put this personally on him.
These are just some of the questions that will be on everyone's minds during the second half. And those questions will follow them out the doors of the theater after the show ends.
He's a bad director. I think he was a little too overwhelmed with what all the money givers were telling him.
There's only one way for you to save your reputation.
You know, it is the same way in real life too. A lot of times, they like, you need actors that already have a name. You need important people to voice this. You need this and that. Even though somebody might be a better fit, you know?
Absolutely not. I'd sooner announce that we're having technical difficulties and need to stop the show.
I mean, I don't know why they do this. I think they're thinking, like, if they announce, like, with the voices off, and then they put on an impressive list that everybody would be more interested or something.
If I keep Jillian as the lead for the second half, what do you think will happen in the curtain call when she takes her mask off? Everyone will see that we've changed actors. What will your fans think? They're only here because of you. And what about all the critics who support you? If we get on the wrong side of them, it'll be the death of the whole show.
Maybe yes, they choose on-screen actors, not voice actors. Yeah, and even if voice actors are trying to tend to choose the ones that are having the most fame, you know what I mean? Instead of like people that would be more fitting for a role, it happens all the time.
There'd be tickets to refund, fines to pay for breach of contract. The whole troupe's hard work would go down the drain. Don't you see how much this would cost us? You can't just take a job on a whim, then abandon your responsibility the moment you don't feel like doing it anymore. You're playing games with other people's hopes and dreams.
But the weirdest thing, you have a singing actor or actress for when the character is singing, but why do they not get to like do the normal voice acting as well? I don't quite get it. They have like also the same voice, so why not?
Director, marry you, please. You're not being fair to Lynette.
Actually, Jillian, he's half right. I did kind of take this on a whim, but my responsibility here is making sure you get back the role that belongs to you.
And I guess part of that responsibility lies with me, considering I badgered you into accepting the job.
I wondered when he would show up again.
Sorry I'm a little late to the show. Work's been keeping me pretty busy lately.
Or more like an investigation.
Lenny?
Yeah, they treat their voice actors better. That's true.
Do you think you can snap your fingers and make all my problems magically disappear?
That might be a little tricky, but instead, I could make something else magically appear.
What's this?
A draft complaint letter, my contract, your legal fees, reimbursement for the tickets, and an advance on the penalty fee for breach of contract. Mr. Mariu, I'm stepping down from the leading role, regardless of whether you choose to cancel the rest of today's show.
If you do suffer unforeseen financial losses from this, you're free to seek damages as per the contract. And if you want to file a lawsuit, there's a draft here that you can use if you need it.
What? I can't believe this.
I mean, technically, he can use...
with a straight face.
He can either, like, take this, have, like, a little money from the lawsuit, or he can go away with a success. He would be really dumb if he didn't really take the other way.
Mora, it's a pittance to you, isn't it? Must be nice to have the luxury of prior success and fame. Look at us. We're huge stars. One minute we want to go on stage. The next we feel like backing out of the contract. But that's okay. We're famous. We can afford it. You have no respect for other people's work. You're treating other people's hopes and dreams like a big joke. You don't give a hoot how much this show means to other people. You don't even care that the whole production might have to shut down because of you.
That's not true. I do care. And I'm under no illusion as to how much this show means to you.
That is true. He did the same to her. Probably under the self-reflecting image of, if he doesn't do that, there's like more people that suffer from it, because the troupe is not just one actor and she's still got a role. Not just not the main role, you know what I mean?
Oh, brilliant deduction there. Of course it means a lot to me. This
But
is
I
my
don't
show.
get...
That's the only reason I asked you to be in it in the first place.
But I don't get why he's like that way now, but because now he sees that it's working with her, so he shouldn't be worried anymore, right?
Really? Then why do your eyes tell a different story? The way you look at me, it's full of contempt. Almost as if I've destroyed your work of art.
What? I would never think that.
A couple days ago, I asked some associates to do some digging for me. I was interested to know who else you invited to play the lead apart from Lynette.
Let the kids do the... Maybe she's standing on the sides, yeah.
Surprise. Turns out that all the other famous actresses you asked either had prior commitments or weren't a good fit for the role. They all turned you down.
And I would have turned you down too, if not for an unlikely set of coincidences.
You didn't send those invitations because you were looking for a better actress than Jillian, but because your investor wanted a big name in your show, right?
Yeah, that's what I was calling, because investors are always like that. They have no idea about the actual production, but they all want to always have like the decisions, and then they're ruining the product.
To get Maloney on your side, you chose to make Jillian the understudy, and then look for an opportunity for her to take the lead.
I bet you were torn at first, weren't you? Do you stick to the tried and tested formula? Choose Lynette, use her celebrity to get the critics on your side so that you and your investors can line your pockets?
Or do you choose Jillian, so that you and your longtime collaborator can stage the show of your dreams? The original, unedited version of The Lost Puppet.
So he was kind of like undecided anyways? I'm not getting it. No, we're not needing the origins mechanique d'analyse cardinal. Not right now. Later. Later. We can do that later. Hey, Horace, why are you back? Aren't you sleeping? And why are you crying?
Oh, I didn't betray myself.
Lost his way in the middle. No, I think more of he was thinking about like what the guys said back then when we were like discussing this in the first time. Like the whole troupe, if this was like, it was a 50-50, it would work. If it wouldn't have worked and the investor backed out, everybody would have lost their jobs. You know?
You mentioned prior success and fame earlier, but you're a well-known director yourself with countless works to your name. Wouldn't that make you successful too? Or maybe, deep down, none of your current achievements really count as success to you.
Time skip didn't work. Did you just wake up?
Right now, you have an opportunity to send Jillian onto that stage and perform the second half as you always imagined it, faithful to your original script.
So I don't really get it. Yeah, now he has the opportunity. It is working.
Your work would be displayed for all of Fontaine to see in its true, perfect form.
Did you say perfect?
Or will you act now before Maloney and the critics can protest and make your dream come true on the stage?
If it's a success, the investor will not care. He will invest again. Because they only care about money. He doesn't care that he made the wrong decision or something.
The whole troupe?
Director Mariyu? Actually, most of the money Lenny...
Under regulation, 3 hours without voice breaking. My voice already broke twice. So, I can't take that win, but... I'm trying. Yeah, I'm hydrating right now. Thanks for reminding.
We've worked with you for many years now. Your troupe has been here for you all the way from the empty theaters where we first performed to the opera house today. We watched as you slowly started down a path you used to despise, the path of powerful connections.
It's ego that's in his top. I would say it's
backdoor deals with
fear.
critics and collaborations based on fame instead of talent.
It's fear. He had fear of getting in his way.
I did it for the good of the troupe. And besides, this is how the whole industry works. Everyone else is doing it.
He was feared. He was like manipulated by the people like telling him like, this is how people do it. I'll only invest in you if you do it that way, you know? Stuff like that.
Yes, we know.
Drinking in a pool every day. I heard it's healthy, yes. But not actually like a pool full. I heard too much water is also unhealthy, but I think I'm doing like a good amount.
But then what happened? You began
I take tiny sips, so it's okay.
More and more, becoming so reliant on them that every show you put out is overhyped by the media, and every script you write is edited to suit some celebrity's needs.
Feeling what Udo was feeling in Chayori's quest. I mean, it's a little bit of a normal human reaction. I mean, just imagine if you could like go out and do what you always wanted to do, but you only have like a 20% chance that you're actually successful. Or the alternative is you lose everything you have and you land on the streets and your family too. Or instead you can do what you're doing now and you're guaranteed to be able to provide for yourself, but it's not 100% your vision or to your moral to extent. In Uther's place, like, you know what I mean? Many people take the safer option because they just want to feel safe. Safety is a need too.
Surely you must have noticed what's happening. While we've been performing at bigger and bigger theaters with each show, the applause is getting quieter and quieter each night. And the criticism from people who've seen the show is growing. Maloney's friends are sycophants. They don't care if the audience is disappointed because the show doesn't live up to their glowing reviews. They praise the things they like and skirt around the things they don't.
Yep, and if the show doesn't take off, they'll just invest into the next one.
I know everyone's using the same promotional tactics, but does that really make it okay?
Well, it's just a stopgap solution. As soon as I've made enough Mora, I'll stop. Things will be different next time. I promise.
People always say next time. Do you know these guys?
Yeah. Next time, you won't use your connections. Next time, you won't pay off the critics. Next time, you'll let Julian play the lead.
Unfortunately, it doesn't work like that. If you make some money once, you'll want to do it again, then again. Slowly but surely, you turn your back on your dreams.
I won't turn my back on my dreams any longer, Director Mariyu. Never again.
Me neither.
No, I have to... Why do I have to pass 23 check? Okay, I have a lot of help. Wait, how much is that actually? 18... Okay. Basically can't blow it. Good thing. It was just to scare me. It was to scare me.
I had dreams too. What?
I'm not doing... No. The bony, were like super OP. It was just here to scare me. Oh no, it's a black tax again. Okay, basically the piece go on and she played the puppet, right?
Huh. The plot here seems a little different from what the reviews said.
At least we got a still image, very nice.
So the puppets replaced all her parts with the latest ones available.
Yeah, the default was 23. That's why I was okay. Wait a minute. Without the Bonnie, that would have been...
And in the end, she forgot herself amidst the applause and cheers of her fellow puppets.
Hey, no spoilers. Huh? Wait, hang on, that's not even what's happening. The set has changed back to the one from the first act.
Oh, Archons, please let this work out.
No need to be so nervous, Director Mariu. We only told you Lynette would be quitting the show to get you to make a decision. We wanted you to believe that this show would have to end after today, no matter what you decided. But in truth, I believe that if we choose our words carefully, there's no reason we can't get Maloney to come around and keep the show going.
You really thought this plan through?
If he sees the success of the applause of the people, he will probably already be convinced.
What's worrying me now isn't how
In case he isn't,
react or whether the show
we'll
will get cancelled.
convince him the other way with the fist. You haven't gotten that from me, though.
I've always thought the original script is better, but will it move them like I've always hoped? When Jillian does her curtain call, will they applaud her? What if people only came to see the show for Lynette? And because of the reviews, what if they don't really care about the show at all?
As I said, then we use fist.
It feels like I've been hiding inside my safe little castle for too long.
Exactly. Then the Fatui spirit is taken over.
And hear what people really think.
We're right here with you. We'll watch it to the end.
Original script. Oh no, it's another. Couldn't they have like at least like shown that? Or somebody like at least reading it for me. Yeah, they doing the thing with the dance.
Wow. Okay, this ending is much better.
I love how they brought back the set from Act 1 and gave it a whole new meaning. What a fantastic twist.
Time for the curtain call. It's the moment of truth. The applause continue after I take off the mask.
Just do it.
I could always leave my mask on. No one would ever know.
A few people are hecka confused, but it doesn't matter. Doesn't make it anything less just because there's another person behind it, right?
This is what fame looks like when it's truly deserved.
Look who's happy now.
You were amazing! Syra was tearing up when you did your final solo dance.
Well, so are you.
Really? I was so nervous. My legs felt like they turned to jelly.
What looked like an actor unsteady on her feet was in fact a poignant expression of the protagonist's frailty in her last moments. Or whatever.
Oh no, she's infected with high talk.
Hey, Mario! What the heck was that? Why wasn't Lynette playing the lead?
It was a success either way, right?
Our articles are already going to press. You better have a good explanation for this.
It was my...
Hey now, it was all of our...
Hold on. The decision was mine, and mine alone. They had nothing to do with it. If you have any concerns, gentlemen, then please direct them to me.
Marry you? So it was you? Well then, I trust you'll have no objection to me pulling the plug on this production.
That would be dumb for him. It's finally making money, right?
Director Mariu, Mr. Maloney, what on earth is going on? Why was Lynette not in a lead role? It took a lot of convincing from me for her to accept the role, and I had to turn down some big work opportunities to come and watch her performance today. You have some explaining to do.
Lenny, it was all his idea. Mariu, explain yourself.
Wait. Linny, as a matter of fact, this was a piece of performance art. In this play, the masks and costumes serve to obscure the differences between characters, and by extension, the difference between human and machine. We took that idea to the next level with an actor swap, blurring the lines between one performer and the next. So
that's
it's
how they're
in
playing it
service
now.
of the ambitious artistic goals of the production.
What?
Yeah, confuse them.
It's similar to deceiving the audience in a magic show. We employed this technique as a means of breaking the fourth wall. It allows the audience to more intuitively understand the cognitive dissonance felt by the protagonist as a machine trying to reconcile the notion of her humanity. The audience's experience mirrors the protagonist's own confusion and becomes part of the artistic performance itself.
Hold up. What is this nonsense?
Oh, I see. Well, bravo, Director Mariu. You even had me fooled.
That's probably more because you just don't really understand avant-garde art very well, Lenny.
Maybe so, maybe so. Well, perhaps it went over my head, but I'm sure our experts here saw the whole thing coming a mile away.
And now they don't want to look like no experts, so they'll change their opinion and their paper really quickly.
You must have worked it out by the end of the first half, surely. Mr. Amory, I just heard that you managed to write your review after just the first 2 acts.
Yes, you're right. Director Mariu and I are old friends. You should have said something. Then I could have played along even better.
Yes.
3 hours before the update. Maybe we should go back to sleep. Maybe it will happen faster. Wait, find something else to do. Life has so many things to offer.
Her experience in performing magic. That's what inspired me to take my art to the next level.
You mean your show was partly inspired by Lynette's background in magic? Well, in that case, I'll have to plug it to everyone I know.
Unfortunately, I think Mr. Maloney is going to cancel the show.
Cancel the show? Mr. Maloney, is this true?
While I
He has
accept
been
that deceiving
bamboozled
the
now.
audience in the manner you did certainly has artistic merit, this is not a magic show, and we don't want our audience demanding their money back.
A very valid criticism, and one that I humbly accept. If that happens, we're prepared to reimburse and apologize to any audience members who weren't
It
satisfied
has.
with
What
the
has?
experience.
What? Oh, because I said it has more to offer? Yeah, indeed, it has. You should try it sometime. Doesn't start in 3 hours. Yeah, I'll not even be in bed in 3 hours. And it will happen when I'm way asleep. So it can't be in 3.
Plus, it looks like Jillian is better than me at delivering the excellence people want to see. I'm sure audiences will be very happy with the show if she's allowed to stay in the leading role.
Maloney, I believe there should still be time to tweak my article.
Well, we're
From the look on
updating
Lynette's
Star
face,
Rail.
I think she's being sincere.
There's an update that will be coming.
Oh, one other thing. We managed to get a meeting with Lady Farina earlier. All thanks to the Traveler's reputation, of course. Anyway, she agreed to write a review focusing on Jillian's performance and the quality of the show as a whole. She promised to give her honest opinion.
Okay, yeah, exactly.
And I'm sure today's audience will be discussing her performance too. There's sure to be a variety of opinions.
Oh, I mean...
God, this is taking forever.
Clearly,
I didn't expect this to take 1.5 hours. I thought the other one was the most longest ending.
Always good to put some thought into these things. Especially now, with a growing range of voices out there. I imagine competition for readers becomes more fierce when everyone's discussing the topic.
Corentin, Amory, let's go.
Beat by your own weapons. Yeah, we got them all.
Thank you both so much. Without the two of you, who knows how much further down that cynical path I would have gone. I always told myself that
don't worry, I'll hydrate.
Enough more, I'd get back to doing what I loved. But somewhere along the way, I started to lose sight of what that was. Just like those critics with their dishonest reviews, I became all about the trappings of success, at the expense of the art itself. You're right. Yes, I'm a very lucky man. Anyway, enough about
Finally,
my
everybody
problems.
gotten what they
What are we
deserve.
going to do about the threat letter that Lynette received?
We kind of know where that one comes
I've
from.
been looking into it a lot over the past couple of days, but it doesn't seem like it was one of our competitors after all.
Ah, yes, about that.
Lynette, do you have a moment?
The problem takes care of itself. I like it.
Wait, you're Jillian's sister, right?
I'm sorry. Gina insisted on coming to see Lynette. I couldn't stop her.
Lynette, I'm sorry.
Just say, fine, sorry, accepted or something. Hey, that's not on me. We'll just pick this. I don't want to do a random throw again.
I was the one who wrote it.
What?
Gina? So it was you?
Director, it's time for... Oh, okay. Weird energy here.
I think we came at a bad time.
Lynette, Gina must have been worried sick about me. I'm sure even she...
Oh, and
wouldn't
here
do
I thought she
something so
was
stupid if
actually
she was in her right
recognizing
mind.
her handwriting. Apparently she didn't.
I promise I'll make it up to you somehow.
Jillian, no! This is completely my fault, and I'm the one who should have to bear the consequences. I got the wrong end of the stick and completely misjudged Lynette.
Well, since I haven't actually suffered any losses, seeking redress could be difficult. Maybe we could just let this one slide?
Really? Are you sure?
After all,
Way too
you
much
wouldn't be the
trouble.
first person
I'm
to ever
noticing.
misjudge me, right?
True. True.
In any case, I think we can all agree it was a misunderstanding and nothing more. No need to overcomplicate things.
But still, I was wrong to write that letter. I should own up to my actions, make it up to you in some way.
Just buy her some cake and be done with it.
If that's what you really want, then how about helping out backstage?
Huh? Backstage?
The crew could always use an extra hand. Plus, it'll give your older sister a chance to keep an eye on you and stop you getting into any more trouble.
Thank you, Lynette. Really, thank you so much.
Aww. Ah, the black screen of Doom is back. And not even one that I can click.
Is it? I'm so much more at home here in the audience.
It's almost predictable by
I get to
now.
sit on a comfy seat, and I don't have to activate my energy-consuming modes all the time. Mary, you said she's a very promising young actress, and she has natural
You just wanted
skills
out
that
of the
others
role, so you don't have anything to do
In my
anymore.
capable hands,
That's the way it
The
is.
show doesn't need me to attract an audience anymore.
Drink anytime there's a black screen on the toilet, 100%. For the people that actually do like drinking games, that would be a very fun way to actually get drunk really fast playing Genshin. Just saying it the way it is. Beat me. Wait, is my thing working? Yeah, it is working. I hope that works. Nom nom nom. Thank you, and I'll hydrate too. Nom nom nom. And the watermelon is already like pretty hydrating in itself. That's what a lot of games told me.
Fame is
Water
more
plus
trouble
water.
than it's worth.
If you eat enough watermelon, at some point you're gonna be
than the others.
satiated, but you're gonna explode from hydration. That's what Raph told me.
I'm happiest when I get to sit in a quiet place, watch them do their thing, and cheer them on. Yep, exactly like I'm doing now.
Very beautiful. Liking it. I'm kind of scared to see how many more I've missed. There is one more, and it's directly an ending card. It's just one more picture. It won't be a new string of things, so I'll quickly get this one. Talk to the director. Somewhere over there. I know, long stream today, I'm sorry.
Squall Fury.
But I promise this is only one picture long. Completionist. Yeah, I'm completionist mode today. I'm sorry. Posture check.
Thank you both so
I'm
much.
posturing.
Without the two of you,
Wait.
who knows how
Camera
much further down
reset.
that
Sitting
circle
reset.
path I would have gone.
Better? Yeah, we skip into the part where we have an indecision. Oh. This one gives a different ending, I guess. We only need to reach a 6, which means I only need a card of 1. So I can't lose it. It's a decision thing. Which is a good thing.
Yeah, me neither.
Wait. But...
Wait, am I getting a drops notice again? I think you already also get that when you already gotten all your drops. I'm not sure.
Oh, do you mean when we ran into you at the Fleuve Sandra? And you said some mean things to me? As I recall, you were only trying to look out for your sister. It was
Actually,
just a
I don't
few
know.
words spoken in anger. Don't worry. Whatever it was you said, I've already forgotten.
Oh. I see. Well, it sounds like Gina knows what she did was wrong. Owning up to your mistakes and committing to do better in the future is what counts.
I understand that feeling of wanting to stand up for your family when they're being mistreated. Really, I do.
Yeah, that must be the same campaign. I don't know why it's like popping up again. Do not ask me.
Next time,
It just is.
maybe consider a different tactic. Something you can pull off more effectively, and without arousing suspicion.
No, don't give her ideas. No. How to do crime things unsuspiciously.
Got it. Thank you, Lynette.
Why do I feel like I'm missing something here?
It's tutorial on how to act unsuspiciously, but still criminally.
Hey,
I don't
here
know.
you are. I was wondering.
I want no part in this.
Great! Everyone's in one place. That makes this so much easier. What do you think? It's group photo time. We have to commemorate the debut of the Lost Puppet Director's Edition.
Happens always. Yeah, as I was saying, I think it's just.
Okay, everyone.
It
we
just
all
pop
have
in to
pretty
inform you
awkward
that it's
smiles
there.
on our
I don't know
faces in the
why.
Photo from Hotel de Boer. So this time, no forced smiles allowed.
Maybe it's there to inform you, just in case you have a friend that you haven't told about it yet, and you're forgetting or something.
Am I really not allowed to
Also, that keeps them from having to write a trigger that kind of like determines if you already gotten all the rewards. They just pop it up every time, makes it nice and easy on their end.
I'll try, I suppose. I think I can manage.
Lynette, Traveler, come on. You two should be right in the middle. 3, 2, 1, smile!
Smileys! If I have to. That glance to the side. Very nice. I want to save that one. That's very nice. Now I gotten all of them. Look at this. Somehow this is like very middle and upper lane packed. Different, but interesting. Nice work. Yeah, I was very completionist today.
Just tell it like it is. If someone can't handle it.
4 hours to
maybe
finish.
that's
Yeah,
that.
I haven't streamed that long in a long time now, and I think my voice is crap. Let's see if it comes back to life on Thursday or not. I can do it while Sorrel updates. Do you need an update there to actually motivate you to log into Genshin? What's wrong? You just need a motivation. Just admit it the way it is. Let me go and chat up here. Okay. Where's my music? There it is. Whew. I'll make that short because this has been like a gigantically long stream. I hope my voice recovers until Thursday. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do on Thursday. It kind of depends on. I probably can't hold back and already play all the Sorrel content tomorrow. Probably can't. I probably won't be able to. But I'll at least... I will not be able to let my fingers let off of it, so... If there's content, I will probably consume it. But maybe there's something left. Vermintide. Yeah. You know, Vermintide obsessed. I got the feeling you are. Cannot be. I mean, it's a nice game. It really is. Now the question is, should we raid somebody? Question is, should I raid somebody playing Genshin? Because a lot of people might be here for drops. Or should we have, just somewhere we know? Mia's online? So you're saying we're just going somewhere we know? Anybody actually active in chat that wants to raid Genshin because they still need drops or not? Here's your chance to voice your opinion. Because I'm guessing that most people are, like, lurking, you know, anyways. So, I just, you know. I watch for 30 minutes and go to bed anyway. I seriously have to get some food. I am so hungry. Yeah, you got it all. I'm just saying, everybody else is just... They just clicked to get the rewards. I hope they notice that, I hope they do notice that, we'll be going off the category or something. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Then let me prepare the raid quickly. What you doing? Playing Stardew? God, when I'm seeing Stardew, the only thing I can think is my too long time I did actually play Stardew, and it was like I overplayed myself on it. I'm gonna be honest. I did overplay myself. A thing you should never do with a game is overplay yourself. Okay. Start in the right. Did that work? I hope that did work. Yeah, it did. Okay. Then. I thank you all for being here today. I know I did way overtime. Will not happen again. I'm sorry. Killed my voice in the process, but let's hope it recovers until Thursday. It's always like not good anyways, so nothing changes. Well, if fun, even if it's Hangout only. I thought the Hangout was shorter, I'm gonna have to admit. But things are the way they are. We take the cards we're handed and we play them. That's the thing it is. Okay. So, thank you all for being here today. And I hope to see you again next time. Bye-bye.